Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on my YouTube channel today. It's February 2nd. I'm going to also be reposting this on the different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So today will be a live stream on YouTube and on my website. I'll set that up, and then I'll open up the X Spaces for a call-in. We're going to go over some of the news. A lot has happened. Last night I did a live stream. I haven't reposted it yet. It's still going through its processing. YouTube, at times when I do a live stream, it takes a while before I can actually repost it. So that's one of the problems that I have with it. But we're going to be live streaming today. I'm also doing a live stream tonight at 10 p.m. with John Hogue. We're going to be taking calls through X Spaces. So I've already scheduled the X Spaces at 10 p.m. tonight, New York time. And, John will be, doing his, talks about current events and how he sees them. And we'll take your calls throughout the show. It's pretty cool to, it's a neat interaction. So please join us at 10 p.m. tonight. I'm going to be live streaming on YouTube on this channel, and the X Spaces will be simulcast. I'll also be streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So please join us. It's fun. So while I set this up for the live streaming on my website and setting up X Spaces, let's go to Fox News. They're focused, some of the big news today is obviously the tariffs. I went over that last night, but we're going to probably go over it today. But I also want to go over some of the other data points about terrorism and some international issues that are taking place here. So Fox News posted about a little bit over an hour ago, Trump's warning to ISIS terrorists. So let's play that while I set up the live streams on the other channel.
Trump already scoring another victory for the U.S., this one against ISIS. He ordered a military airstrike against the terrorist group's leaders in Somalia. The president saying in part, quote, "These killers who we found hiding in caves threaten the United States and our allies. The strikes destroyed the caves they live in and killed many terrorists without in any way harming civilians." Foreign policy expert Rebecca Heinrich joins us now. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning.
So I look at this and I'm reading, there are people arguing that this was more of a show of force than a strategic move. Do you have any insight as to how important this airstrike is?
Well, I think it's important because President Trump decided to announce it. He announced that the United States did this. And then he also had a threat for anybody else who would threaten the United States. We will find you, he said, and we will kill you. And if you remember, Joey, during 2017, when President Trump came into office the first time, he designated down the authorities to military commanders to take out ISIS. He increased aerial bombings and uses of special forces. And the effect of that was the successful destruction of the ISIS caliphate within about a year, 95% of it. And so during the Biden administration, you've seen ISIS grow back. And so now the Trump administration has to come in, reestablish itself, get back in the game, and to say the United States is not going to tolerate this, and we're going to go back to destroying terrorists that threaten Americans.
I understand that ISIS as an entity has fingers all over the world, all over the region, in Africa and the Middle East. They don't always get along, but it was ISIS-K that we're told orchestrated the attacks in 2021 at the air base. And then we have an ISIS group here in Somalia. We also have other groups in Somalia. We also have an ISIS-inspired attack in New Orleans. Is this kind of messaging that President Trump, hey, I destroyed the caliphate my first time around, I'm going to destroy all of you this time around? Are those things connected? Is this being his first military action? Is that because of what happened in New Orleans and what happened at the air base?
I think it's related, Joey, because the way it works is ISIS grows. As you said, you're always going to have terrorists, Islamic terrorists around the world. But what the United States can do is to destroy the caliphate, where they actually have essentially basing where they grow, where they train, and then where they can recruit, because then they get stronger, and then they have more successful recruiting through the internet, because they show, would-be radicals that they're strong. And so the United States needs to destroy those physical caliphates where they exist. You mentioned in Africa, under the Biden administration, Niger and Chad were two countries where the United States was conducting counterterrorism operations, and we were kicked out under the Biden administration. And so it's harder to do. So now I think it is important for the Trump administration to say, we're going to destroy you where you are, and you're not going to have successful recruiting because we want to secure America's borders here at home and make sure Americans are safe.
Yeah, I won't lose a minute of sleep over some terrorists didn't kill. I kind of like it. So, Rebecca Heinrichs, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I want to play now the Cash Jordan video that was posted 14 minutes ago dealing with ICE troops in New York City.
There are operations underway to take down
Dozens of undocumented immigrants.
One of those arrests is a member of a notorious Venezuelan gang wanted for several crimes, including burglary.
So ICE is now on the march, taking down gang members and criminals, many of whom are only in New York because of its sanctuary city protections. Protections which have attracted some of America's worst criminals looking to avoid deportation, while benefiting from a lax legal system that doesn't see robbery, theft, or assault as jailable offenses. But things have changed, and the federal government is now here making arrests. In fact, ICE just took down one of the ringleaders of a Venezuelan gang everybody in this country thought was unstoppable until now.
Federal agents moved in before dawn. The target, 25-year-old Anderson Zambrano Pacheco. Authorities say Pacheco was among the heavily armed men caught on surveillance video storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
I just can't believe it happened here. And I didn't even hear anything.
I was playing up on the ice, to be honest with you, so they got hit before I was able to pull them. I'm really happy it's happening. Very happy, actually.
He had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun buy.
In total, 20 immigrants arrested in the Bronx, 12 with criminal records. 8 had no criminality other than entering the country illegally.
If you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal. And so therefore, you are subject to deportation.
What they're trying to do is instill fear in our communities and continue to push this narrative that they're coming for everyone.
This is very bad that they have these people here. They're taking our money, they're taking our streets over, and they bring more police, and we don't need police over here. We fine the way we are.
This Renault will absolutely be worth it.
It's in nice condition. Totally worth it.
So, what do you think?
So residents of a Bronx apartment complex were shocked to learn that they were living down the hall from one of America's most wanted. And what none of New York's progressive leaders want to admit is that people like this, they're not coming here because of the weather. No, this is a place where you go to hide when the entire country is looking for you and you still want to live a life of crime. Because New York isn't just a sanctuary city led by those who despise federal immigration laws. It's also got the perfect combination of laws that allow the lawless to hide in plain sight while getting free services from the local government. On top of that, New York City alarmingly doesn't do background checks when moving people into its asylum shelters, which allows gang members with long rap sheets to get free housing down the hall in some cases from families with little kids. Plus, police are banned from entering these places even though we know criminals like this, who are part of this gang, are smuggling guns all over town, including into these shelters, making them bases where they export their criminal activity to all corners of our city. But it doesn't just stop there, because as the world saw in 2023, members of this very same gang were all set free after attacking police in Times Square. And when you combine that with New York City's other laws that stop thieves from going to jail after they steal purses or shoplift, we arrive at the real reason why criminals like this, some of the worst people on the entire planet, are hiding out right here in New York. This place is perfect for them. Although that's about to change, because President Trump's re-election now means that Homeland Security can once again do its job by keeping U.S. residents safe, even in a place like New York that has backwards sanctuary city laws, which put the law-abiding in danger in the name of compassion. But as you're about to see, New York City's supposed compassion for immigrants isn't compassion at all. Instead, it's become a license for those who belong in prison to live out their own twisted version of the American dream. So here we have a whole bunch of apartment buildings, and there are millions of New York City residents living in places just like these, paying their rent and pursuing the American dream. However, New York's sanctuary city laws mean some of these are also inhabited by people who are only living here to avoid prison. In fact, over the last 2 years.
So we're streaming on YouTube right now. I'm streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're doing the simulcast on X Spaces, so you can do the call-in. So there's many ways to participate. You can type in the text messaging system, or you can do a call-in through X Spaces. So don't be shy.
These criminals have completely embedded themselves throughout our society.
Table agents moved in before dawn. The target, 25-year-old Anderson Zambrano Pacheco. Authorities say Pacheco was among the heavily armed men caught on surveillance video this past summer, storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
So if you wanted proof that sanctuary cities are bad for America, here it is. You've got a guy that assaulted an apartment in another state, evicted residents from their homes, and then came here to hide in a building just like this. And these are the people who ICE is here looking for, carrying out these daring raids in the early hours of the morning, doing the work our city has prevented police from doing for years. And activists who are all upset about these raids, they've got no one to blame but themselves. Neighbors say these gang members were literally conducting business on the street in front of where they lived, and some of them had no idea this was even going on. Well, little did they know their neighbor was wanted for kidnapping, burglary, and menacing, charges which had come from his activities taking over apartments in Colorado. Yet somehow he was still part of a little community here in New York, living life as a free man. And moving to New York is really a no-brainer for this guy. The gang he's part of, this Trend Rock, they've been laying down roots here for a couple of years now. They've got gang members all over the place. They've got gang members in shelters, all made possible by New York City's no questions asked sanctuary city policies, which they used to build a massive criminal empire off the backs of people they found and recruited in the city's asylum shelters. And what's crazy about this is these raids are somehow still controversial in the minds of some so-called immigrant activists. But you know who's in favor of these raids? The actual residents who had to live next to these gang members.
I can't believe it got home here, bro. And I didn't hear anything. One neighbor said it came as a relief.
I was playing up on the ice, to be honest with you, so they got here before I was able to call them. I'm really happy it's happening. I'm very happy, actually.
You know, the people living in this building, some of them knew they were in danger, and others had no idea. The fact that these gang members are now out of there, that's just made the whole place much safer, the whole neighborhood. Because this apartment building where this gang member was doing business was also across the street from a school. Look at this, there were actually 4 different raids that all took place simultaneously right away. And notice where these raids are happening. They're happening in the Bronx. They're not happening in the rich neighborhoods like Soho or the West Village where the elites live. And when you've got a sanctuary city, which is supposed to keep immigrants safe, yet ICE has to come in and do its heaviest lifting in neighborhoods predominantly made up of immigrants, you know you've got a problem. And that problem is that sanctuary city policies aren't doing a thing to keep the very people they're designed for safe. Especially when this Trend Rock group specializes in human exploitation. That's their thing, and they see all of the people around them as potential human capital that can benefit their gang in some manner.
We did encounter and incarcerate a Trend member, one of the ringleaders.
I will discuss about the economics and the potential trading effects for Monday. throughout this broadcast, so just stay tuned. I appreciate the question. Let me just get through this video here.
He had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun fight.
In total, 20 immigrants arrested in the Bronx, 12 with criminal records.
So these deportations, these could end up being the best thing that's happened in New York City from a public safety perspective in a long time. Because without them, all these criminals would still be out there. Our local police are powerless to stop them. That's why they're here in such a large, critical, violent mass. And think about this. If in your city, you're going to ban police from stopping organized crime, what on earth could have happened to the poor people living in this building? Some of whom were totally shocked when ICE agents showed up and carted off this ringleader. The idea that this guy was not going to import crime into their neighborhood and into their building is completely ridiculous. What if this ringleader and his friends decided to have it out with a rival gang? What if they tried to locate him in this building? Or what if he and his hooligans just went around looking for people to take advantage of? Literally, there is zero upside to allowing folks like this to live freely in your city. Just think about everything that this gang had to do to get this open air flea market up and running in Jackson Heights, Queens. All of the stuff they're selling there is stolen. That's going to require foot soldiers to go and get these things. And then they're going to need people to stand out on the street all day and sell it for them. This isn't something these ringleaders are up to. They got bigger fish to fry. And here, residents of Queens are walking by, literally stepping over the remnants of their neighborhood as it falls apart. But even though these ICE raids are going to get dangerous criminals and gang members off of our streets, the local activist crowd, they want them to stop immediately, because these raids are going to take away their power.
How are you backing up your business critical Microsoft 360?
So this has activists in New York going absolutely berserk. Ever since Donald Trump won his re-election, there have been major operations underway to take down these gang members, not just through ICE, but even with the local police, who just took down a group of male and female Tren de Aragua members who were selling weapons. But here's why this is a problem for the local activist crowd. They hate the new president and his plans so much that if they start working and many of these communities are made safer by these new enforcement actions, they're not going to have anything to say to the folks that they've been instilling fear in for no reason for years.
If you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal. And so therefore, you are subject to deportation. And that's highly concerning for the New York Immigration Coalition. What they're trying to do is instill fear in our communities and continue to push this narrative that they're coming for everyone.
Why do statements like that?
Well, why does an illegal immigrant think that it's okay to stay in the country? Now, it gets even crazier when you have the nonprofits like Catholic Charities, even UJA or UJF, or other nonprofit organizations working with state and city and sometimes even federal governments to processing these illegals, giving them legal status. It's usually a trek. There's a very long, process in doing this. But the thing is that they know that they crossed the border illegally. If they went through the proper channels, they wouldn't need these nonprofits. So these individuals shouldn't be surprised that the government is coming under the Trump administration to deport you because you're here illegally. I mean, where is the disconnect here?
Push the buttons of certain people. Yes, entering the country, any country, without permission is against the law. And if you do something that's against the law, that makes someone a criminal. However, even though the new president's administration has made it very clear, these are targeted operations going after the worst of the worst, gang members, criminals. For some reason, the activist crowd wants
But like what Holman stated, they're going to go after the criminals and then they're going to increase the aperture. And during this process, they're going to get what they call collaterals, which weren't targeted, but they get wrapped up into it that are here illegally. So, but the aperture is going to get wider. This is what we need. We should have been doing this for years. We should have been doing this under the Bush Jr. administration. It's about time. The crime in New York is out of control. The crime in Chicago is out of control. Cities and states do not have the resources to be able to handle this. Not only that, I think it is a shame to not support our veterans that are in need, in need for medical care, in need for housing, in need for job placement and job retraining. Why don't we protect and support our veterans before we support illegal aliens?
I think that ICE is here to hunt down everyone. A fear-mongering idea that is so laughably easy to disprove, it's not even funny. New York is home to these massive shelters for asylum seekers. Some of them are highly visible hotels in Midtown with over 1,000 rooms if the goal was just to round.
I know this for a fact, all right? Big nonprofit organizations like Catholic Charities gets millions of dollars at the federal and state level to process these illegal immigrants. Millions of dollars.
Well, that's where ICE would be, but ICE isn't over there, are they? No, they're in the Bronx with the help of local police, making these neighborhoods safer, removing armed gang members and people selling military-grade weapons off our streets. Who?
Let me clarify. When I say process, that means processing them so they get asylum or legal status, not processing them to kick them out of the country. So what is happening is you have liberal government, Democrats funding nonprofits to push an agenda. So this is the reason why Trump goes, well, anything that's discretionary, we're going to look at it as, we're going to stop the funding, and we're going to start looking at corruption, and we're going to start looking at how well these programs are, and should they be curtailed. Is there any impropriety? Is there any corruption? Are they wasting American taxpayer dollars? See, a lot of people don't realize the Democratic Party has been using nonprofits to push a liberal agenda.
On earth could possibly have a problem with that? Only someone who derives their power or votes from making people who are permanent residents with green cards or legitimate asylum seekers with a valid claim think that somehow they're getting kicked out of the country and that they're public enemy number one. But not only are ICE agents in unmarked vehicles not staking out places like the Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown, there are only 6,000 agents who can act in a deportation manner. ICE is physically unable to do the thing that the fear-mongers out there want to make people think Trump is telling them to do right now. And when interviewed by the local news, the residents of these buildings have a completely opposite opinion to that of this resistance movement.
Breaking news here. Secretary of State Rubio meets with Panama's president today, soon, in Panama City.
To this country, to get a better future, but a fault of other criminals, not those people have some place.
This is very bad that they have these people here. They're taking our money, they're taking our streets over, and they're bringing more police, and we don't need police over here. We fine the way we are.
Would you look at that? Local residents are totally opposed to an increased police presence that comes to their neighborhood looking for criminals who shouldn't even be in the country to begin with. On top of that, these residents don't think it's fair for criminals to get free stuff while they break the law. Let's be real, it's not, but for some reason, there's elements of our society telling us we should think that it is fair, and we're supposed to.
Something very interesting. Major IT glitch was affecting Barclays customers. Okay, so you have an IT, now maybe it's just a coincidence, but you have a major bank, Barclays, having IT glitches affecting customers, You have the tariff thing going on. I'll get to the macro and micro aspects to the tariffs and stuff because it's going to be interesting. But let's finish this video. I'm going off on a tangent here. Sorry about that.
That these dangerous gang members aren't actually criminals at all. They're being wrongfully targeted. And if these advocates really cared about immigrant communities, they'd be out there rejoicing that criminals who are terrorizing these communities are now off the streets. And none of these activists are willing to come out and be honest. Every time they get interviewed, it's always in the context of ICE activity or policing in New York City. And what do? They say, well, this is just the beginning. These initial raids, these are just the start. Soon, they're going to come for everybody. Your mother, your daughter, your dog. But fear-mongering, that's only one part of the equation. Look at this. Back in December, police took down one of these TDA gang houses, which had 7 people living inside of it, and they tracked them down to this specific apartment building when one of these guys went there wearing a court-ordered ankle monitor. And this is the other reason we've got such a problem with these gangs. They're walking around as free men in a city that will not put them in jail when they commit crime. In fact, our legal system does everything it can to make sure they walk free, and they are. And here we have decriminalization, a progressive initiative, clashing or being magnified rather by another progressive initiative, this whole sanctuary city debacle. And by decriminalizing crime and telling federal fugitives that they can hide out in your city, the Bronx is now turning into a federal police state, something its residents do not want.
What we're doing is we're targeting the worst first, right? That's who we're getting.
That's the key. That's the key. The worst first. But the aperture is going to widen and they're going to get more. And that's what's needed. It's time that we finally do
this. Kind of taking some of the handcuffs off of us in a way, right? We're leaving the discretion with our officers, and our officers are trained to make good decisions out there. And we support them.
So federal police state in the Bronx or not, we're not talking about mass roundups. ICE doesn't have the resources to do it. And every time their agents take down one criminal, there are other criminals who could possibly escape. They are so short-staffed, they can't possibly do what the people who want to fight back or tell everybody their agenda really is. Here you go, Associated Press, 6,000 ICE officers that can act in a deportation capacity. Good luck doing mass roundups. Literally nobody is talking about mass roundups except the people who oppose all of this and want the status quo to stay. These people were perfectly happy living in a city which allowed gang members to take it over from the inside and subject working class neighborhoods to a form of crime that nobody in this country's ever seen before. Now, activists are right about one thing. There are some people who do end up getting arrested due to their proximity to violent gang members and criminals who are also being arrested in these ICE operations. For example, the Trende Aragbo ringleader apparently lived in that Bronx apartment with his girlfriend. We don't know anything about her or what her status is, but here he is running a gang. She's living in this apartment with him as he's allegedly committing crimes in the...
All right, breaking news from Bloomberg. Trump wants federal workers to accept buyouts to achieve his goal of remaking the government bureaucracy. It just was released.
And out in front of the building, if she got arrested, there's a good chance she could also be subject to a deportation, even though it was her criminal boyfriend who the federal government was really after. But here's the thing, New York City could actually limit the number of deportations that are about to take place if they would just cooperate with the federal government. For example, we've got gang members living in our asylum shelters. Why doesn't our city just turn over their names and information to the federal government so they can pick these folks up? If they were to do that and the feds didn't have to come looking for people, they wouldn't find them in apartments with their girlfriends, would they? What do you think about that? Are New York City's sanctuary policies part of the problem? Are they the reason a budding criminal underworld is growing here like nowhere else in the country? Should New York cooperate with the federal government to help get rid?
Of course they should. Of course, New York's city government should be working with ICE to get rid of the illegals, period. Especially the criminal gangs. Israel just blew up a vehicle. I believe it was in northern Gaza. They're claiming that it blew through a checkpoint. So I don't know all the details. We might go to that. But I want to answer the question that was typed in the text message with the live chat here. And it was asked, this person didn't catch the video yesterday that I did. What economic effect do you expect from new tariffs, micro and macro? Okay, so I want to I want to divide this out into two main themes. One is the financial markets, and then the economy. Because financial markets and the economy, sometimes they trade together, sometimes they, they don't trade together. All right. Financial markets are usually forward looking, but sometimes it's knee-jerk reaction too. So, but sometimes they do work in tandem. So from the financial markets perspective, short-term, long-term, I believe that there's a lot of volatility that's going to pop up when the currency markets open up tonight, and we'll probably see a sell-off of equities in the Asian market. May also see the sell-off of equities in the European market. I suspect that the volatility in the Asian market, in the currency market, will be more tonight than the potential equity and currency markets in Europe. Okay. Now, when U.S. opens up at 9:30, right, I believe that the equity market, I suspect the equity market will have a lot of volatility and sell-off. All right, that's short term. So it'd be a perfect time to use the volatility as traders. They're going to play with this volatility and make money short term. For investors, for the investor class, this may be an opportunity to actually buy into a sell-off. Now, I have to take a look at the structure, the FIB structure of the S&P 500, but I suspect that we still have very strong support levels at the 5,500 mark. All right, the S&P 500 is trading at like 6,000, 6,100, somewhere in there. All right, so I don't see a big sell-off, but I do see that this might be a more volatile period of time. Now, these tariffs, looking at from the perspective of trading, these tariffs are going to kind of titrate in. They're not all the United States tariffs to Canada, to Mexico, and some of it to China do take hold, but the retaliation tariffs from Canada will titrate in. So it starts at a certain rate, and then there's an additional rate after 21 days, and right. So we may see pulses of volatility depending on if this can de-escalate or not. I suspect that Trump will escalate this. Now, we have to step back and go, like, what's some of the rationale to Trump? One rationale is to stop the fentanyl. Another rationale is to actually have fair trade, not free trade, reciprocal trade. The United States doesn't need Canada. We need actually Mexico more than we need Canada, all right? Especially in heavy industry, all right? Because there's lots of subparts, subsystems that are shipped over into the United States from Mexico for automotive, all right? There's quite a bit of tool and die, though, that's in Windsor, Canada. Now, so that's one aspect, is the tariffs is to shut down the fentanyl, but also as a leverage point for reciprocal trade. What is wrong with, we buy 50 billion, they buy 50 billion? Why is it that the United States has to buy more than what we sell? Not only that, we need more manufacturing in the United States. Ever since NAFTA, we've had problems with shipping manufacturing jobs to other countries, especially Mexico and Canada. For Detroit's tool and die industry, right when NAFTA happened, the automakers, the big three, Chrysler, at that time it was Chrysler, Ford, and GM, they were pushing tooling manufacturing to be done in Windsor. Why? because the Canadian loon was cheaper than the American dollar. So there was an exodus of tool and die to Windsor and out of Detroit. Now, tool and die, people may not understand this, but tool and die is a huge economic cluster. All right. If you don't have a tool and die industry, you can't make much. So I would love to see the tool and die industry be reborn, resurrected into the United States. All right. Especially in Detroit. So I don't feel bad that the Canadians may lose jobs. So there's this kind of reversal that Trump's trying to do. It's localization versus globalization. Now, another piece of the backdrop here is that the Federal Reserve is predicated on the idea of income tax. So people are saying, you put tariffs on goods and services that you're importing into the United States. Therefore, those goods and services are going to be more expensive. That may be true, short term. But as you shift the incentive to make goods and services in the United States, you no longer have the tariff. But that's a midterm play. So cost of goods and services may go up, but there's also there's another more important variable that no one's talking about. As goods and services may go up because of income, because of the tariffs, and money is coming in from those tariffs. Let's say 150 billion or 200 billion or 300 billion dollars worth of tariff revenue. Why can't federal income tax go down by 300 billion and just completely offset? So the money that you're paying to the grocery store and to the dealership and all these other goods and services because of tariffs can be offsetted by having less income tax. And that's the genius of what Trump's doing. He's trying to bring down the income tax much lower and bring more jobs into the United States. All right. So when you hear an economist saying that this is going to be inflationary, yes, but there are other levers that Trump can move around in this multivariable equation, and that is federal income tax. So keep that on, on your bingo card. All right. So, okay. So you have that backdrop. So you have the financial markets that there's going to be short-term volatility. Then eventually that volatility will start to be priced into the market and it'll die down. All right. So you're going to have some sell-off. You probably have equities will probably sell off in the aggregate. Now there's some that are going to gain, like utilities probably will gain, depending on what kind of utility. But some of the safe haven staples may gain, but majority of the equity market probably will sell off. And then you have your bond market that will rally as a protection. I suspect that the dollar will rise relative to the other currencies. That's my gut feeling. And another stress point is looking at the VIX. The VIX will spike. I think it was trading at around 15 during the close of Friday. And it may be a little bit more, could have been as much as 17, because near the end of the day, there was the reversal of the tax there was a rumor that it was going to be March 1st. And then the White House said, no, that's fake news and blah, blah, blah. So VIX will be elevated. And I suspect that the USD Japanese yen, will probably strengthen. And that will be an indicator of stress in the market. All right. But for Euro USD, I suspect that the USD will strengthen because of the movement into the bond market. Okay, so that's the trade. That's kind of the dynamics of the first few days of next week. Now, the dynamics going after that, I think what will happen is bonds will start to sell off again, and then money flows will go into the equity market. So, I mean, even in an inflationary situation, equities move up. So I don't see that this is going to be a big hiccup. Now, people would say, well, these subsystems that are coming over the border may cost more, or maybe they'll be even shut down. So that might prevent certain plants from making cars, or other plants making their goods. That might happen. So we may actually see a reduction in production in the United States short term. But if that's the case, then you are remember what Trump's trying to do. Trump's trying to move production to the United States. Now, some of these plants, you can't move them right away to the United States. It takes a year or more to be able to move the production and validate the production. But it's a strong signal to the automakers and these larger durable good makers that you can't just make something overseas or in a different country and just ship it over the border and assume that there's not going to be any tariff on it. Now, that is a signal to move the production locally into the United States. We should be making more goods and services in the United States. That's localization. That's a good thing, but it's going to take time to get there. All right. And you can offset the costs of goods and services by lowering the income taxes. And by lowering taxes, it's also another signal to businesses as an incentive to move their production back to the United States. So if Trump sticks to this plan, I think that it would be a win in the long term. Now, so we talked about kind of like the financial markets and a little bit of the economics, but let me fine tune the economic side of this. The United States has lost a lot of its manufacturing because of NAFTA and the term is called transnational capitalists. All right, but some people would call it globalists. But globalist is too broad of a term. When it's just talking about the economy, it's about transnational capitalism. And transnational capitalists do not want taxes or tariffs on goods and services flowing between countries. All right. These large corporations, they will benefit from that. Apple benefits from making cheap goods and selling them for a high price in the United States. All right. Now, yes, that helped shareholder value, but also Tim Cook is a billionaire now. Do you really think that Tim Cook from Apple should be a billionaire? He wasn't the founder of Apple. Why should he be a billionaire? Why should Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan be a billionaire? He didn't form Chase Bank or JP Morgan. He wasn't the founder of it, but he's almost a billionaire. Or if not, he's already a billionaire. Why? These CEOs are making too much money through stock options. And so there's an incentive to move production out of the country to cheap areas to sell goods at a premium in the United States. And then they set up these kind of annuities where, you buy a phone and it doesn't work anymore after 3 or 4 years, and they want you to refresh it. So you're an annuity for Tim Cook to be a billionaire. That's what's been happening here. Why isn't that production in the United States? Why? Oh, we don't have the tool and die. Well, that's because we had NAFTA ship it all to other countries. We had these transnational capitalists that pushed this agenda. So we need to bring back manufacturing. It's not just assembling stuff. It's not just making parts, right? There's also the tools to make the parts, and all the peripheral industries that are tied to it. When you ship tool and die out of your country, you're shipping many economic tangential clusters with it too. But the transnational capitalists didn't care because the little person viewed it as, can I get a cheaper good? Even though their wages started to really decline while inflation was going up. Your real income went down. And then innovation in the countries starts to peter out. Because innovation's through manufacturing, not through just design. You need to be able to make things and realize, oh, I can do this process a little differently. I can improve it this way. By doing, you learn. And by learning, you improve. And that's where innovation is. So we've built out China, and they took that money and built these ghost cities. And now they have a major problem with their economy, with their commercial and residential real estate. But what's even worse is that the FDI that the United States sent over to China built up the PLA. The PLA is the military of the CCP. And all those transnational capitalists, all those hedge fund managers, all those private equity and VCs and all that wanted to move all this to China and to get that 10, 15, 20, 25, 35% return year over year. We're literally now needing to retool our military to blow up the PLA. Thank you very much, Wall Street. So there is a lot of wisdom in what Trump's doing, but we have to stay the course. And if we stay the course, then what will happen in the long term is that we're going to have more manufacturing prowess, and we will be able to retool our military. This idea that making goods and services cheaply over in another country is detrimental to us. Now, you have individuals that go, well, we need to do that because we got to sell these bonds because our government is spending too much. So how do you get the big bond sellers, the big bond buyers, as the Treasury is trying to dump the bonds in the market and pay for our huge debt? It's the ones that are selling us goods and services. So when we bring this stuff back to our country, we're also going to have to invest in ourselves and buy our bonds and not be reliant on China buying our bonds. Now, the people that have set up the Federal Reserve, they work on this whole idea, sell the bond to the international market to pay for the government debt. That company will sell goods and services back into the United States with no tariffs. And to be able to pay for that bond coupon payment to China, we're going to tax you. We're going to have a federal income tax. So if you sell less bonds to an international consortium, you won't have to be taxed as much. So if you do this correctly, reduce federal income tax, if not abolish it. If you reduce federal income tax and reduce the amount of debt that the government is issuing, the country is going to be better off. Now, there's going to be adjustment periods. I'd rather go through an adjustment period where it may be a little tight, but overall, we're better off than to keep on making billionaires like Tim Cook that don't deserve it. And we need to wake up. Walmart and the family that started Walmart, they're billionaires. Why? Because they shipped manufacturing overseas typically to China, and they imported cheap goods to sell in their stores. Now, their family is one of the richest families in the world. And you bought this idea because you'd be buying cheap goods over at Walmart. Meanwhile, they ship your economic clustering over to China. So that's my take on what's going on. All right. Let's see here. This was 1 hour ago from CNN. This is an epidemiologist reacts to removal of certain health data information from CDC website. Let's see what that's about.
Comply with President Trump's executive order. Certain data and web pages with the health information related to gender and equity have been removed from the Centers for Disease Control website. Now, the changes are to comply with President Trump's executive order to eliminate federal DEI programs, and federal staffers have been warned of severe consequences if they do not comply with the orders. With me now is Dr. Jennifer Nuzzo. She's a professor of epidemiology at Brown University and the director of the Pandemic Center at Brown University's School of Public Health. Dr. Nuzzo, good morning to you. Let me start with some of these web pages. A page entitled Facts About LGBT Youth Suicide. Another page about creating safer schools for LGBT plus youth. Both of those are gone. You can eliminate the pages, you can't eliminate the people.
All right, I'm sorry, because there's a live feed from Al Jazeera on the tariffs. And they were talking about Detroit, and I want to catch that. Hold on. I apologize for this. I'll go back to the whole CDC thing here. Hopefully they could get it down. I had to roll it back a little bit to catch the Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera. Time to recap those headlines. Israeli forces have carried out several simultaneous explosions in the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. 20 homes have been destroyed in the attack. Israel's military incursion into Jenin has continued for a second week now. 46 sick and injured Palestinians have been allowed to leave Gaza through the Rafah crossing. They'll be receiving treatment abroad. It's the second day since the crossing reopened after it was destroyed in an Israeli offensive in May. The Sudanese army says it's taken control of several towns seized by...
Okay, here we go. I think this is it.
Now, all right, I think we're going to take you now to some live pictures coming in from... These are the latest pictures, rather, of the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, arriving there in Panama to meet with the Panamanian president, Jose Raul Mulino. A lot to talk about, all this coming on the background of the demands by the U.S. President Donald Trump for the return of the Panama Canal to the U.S., to U.S. ownership. So clearly a lot for them to talk about. New U.S. tariffs on 3 of its largest trading partners has sparked swift responses from their governments. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says her government is working to implement a Plan B, which will include its own tariffs. China says it firmly deplores and opposes the move and will take necessary countermeasures. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he's responded with levies on U.S. imports, adding, the actions taken by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Kristen Salumi reports from Detroit near the Canadian border.
Now, the reason why Detroit is so important is because of the Ambassador Bridge and the tunnel that there is between. I think there's a tunnel between Canada and Detroit. I forgot the name of the tunnel, but the Ambassador Bridge is the big one. But the tool and die industry between Detroit and Windsor is huge, huge. Shipping of aluminum and metal for industry going through Detroit and that Ambassador Bridge, really important. All right. So this is the reason why they're focused on Detroit. Plus the subsystems that are coming from Mexico and Canada to manufacture the vehicles.
Canada was not protecting its border. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau responded to the United States' imposition of 25% tariffs with a list of countermeasures.
Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods.
And an appeal to the American people.
If President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us.
Just across the Canadian border in Detroit, Michigan, it's worrying news. 20% of American cars are produced in the state, and manufacturers rely heavily on Canada for components. A group representing state automakers is warning consumers to brace for higher prices.
It's a thin margin business, very capital intensive, long lead times. The manufacturers and suppliers cannot absorb this. And really, the vehicle manufacturers can't either, because it eventually are going to show up in the showrooms, and the consumer is going to feel that.
And it's not just cars. Crude oil and timber are among the
Think
other
about it, what I was saying earlier.
import.
Why aren't these subsystems being built in the United States? Now I'll tell you what the real answer is. The unions forced higher wages on the assembly line, and they pushed reducing the cost of the subsystems onto the tier 1 suppliers, and the tier 1 suppliers had to go to Canada and Mexico with the reduction in the costs. That's what really happened. But the reality of the situation is that we need to make our goods in the United States. We need to increase our manufacturing prowess. All right. But the other side of the coin there is that the unions need to realize that the union days are over. Make more jobs in the United States in manufacturing so people can prosper, and you don't have to have these artificial higher wage contracts that push manufacturing out of the country. The unions have caused part of this problem, but the transnational capitalists also caused part of the problem. Now, I would say that the transnational capitalists have been more of the issue than the unions, but the auto workers, the auto unions have been a major contributor to this problem. Major contributor.
$480 billion worth of goods cross the border from Canada into the United States every year. Much of it trucked right across the Ambassador Bridge behind me here from the city of Windsor, Ontario to Detroit. But that isn't a one-way street. Trudeau also encouraged Canadian consumers to forgo American products.
Now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part.
President Trump said companies wanting to avoid those costs should move to the United States, a bid to bolster American manufacturing. But supply chain experts say that takes time.
Okay, now I'm going to build it here. I have suppliers here that can do it, but they already have.
This guy, Jeff Reitmer, is from Wayne State, which is my alma mater, from my undergrad and my MBA.
So are they going to want to take more on? If I'm going to build a new plant, that's a minimum 24 months to just get it built, staffed, and then start.
And in the meantime, consumers on both sides of the border will pay. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Detroit, Michigan.
But the thing is you keep on the status quo and you pay more. How? Because you're getting the transnational capitalists richer, and your job prospects are worsened. You're better off bringing back the manufacturing. Localization is the new trend. I'm telling you, globalization was so 1980. All right, localization is the way forward at this cycle of economics in the United States. That means you'll be able to create businesses and manufacture and create services instead of having to compete with people that are, the problem in automotive is that you had Indian engineers coming in on visas, and they were working at wages that were 1/4 to a half of an engineer's wage in Michigan. How do you compete with that? You can't. You got to bring localization and hire American workers. That's the answer.
At the Business Council of British Columbia, he says both Canadians and Americans will feel the impact of the tariffs.
The federal government of Canada already introduced legislation and has allocated some resources into border security, but that didn't seem to be enough. Trade barriers don't create winners. Protectionism hurts both sides. They lead to shared losses. So it is important to focus on reassuring.
So short term, we have a little bit of higher goods and services, but that can be mitigated by lowering federal income tax. So it's a net zero on a household in the United States if you lower federal income tax. In the long term, the United States will benefit, and Canada is going to have to go back to a hunting and gathering society and hunt, I don't know, black bears, because they won't have any manufacturing, because the only manufacturing that they have is stuff that they send to the United States.
First, that again, protectionism hurts both sides. From groceries to household goods, Canadians and Americans alike will feel the pinch. Retaliatory tariffs are a double-edged sword. While they may be effective if carefully crafted, they
are a double-edged sword, assuming you don't change your federal tax policy. And it's a double-edged sword short term, not long term. Long term, it's beneficial for the country because you're building your manufacturing base again. See, they don't tell when they talk, they only show a sliver of the issue. But this is more. There's a short term and a long term, and there's an arc of this. Once you spend the year or year and a half building up and validating your manufacturing processes, you're going to have economic clustering. And when economic clustering happens, and you got other small businesses that are flourishing, and then your tax revenue within that society is improved. Why do you think that the infrastructure in inner cities is so crappy? Because the job prospects in a lot of these inner cities suck. Because most people left these inner cities and went to the suburbs. It's called the white flight.
For Canadian businesses and consumers. Half of Canada's imports come from the United States. I believe the Prime Minister mentioned that 25% tariffs on $155 billion worth of goods. That's roughly 30% of our imports from the US. But as I mentioned before, trade barriers don't create winners. They lead to shared losses. And part of the strategy to counteract the negative impact of this tariff should be on making Canada a more competitive place.
Shared loss is short term, short. There is a loser in the long term, and that's the one that's losing the jobs. Just like what happened to us. We had the jobs, we shifted there, we lost our economic cluster. Canada gained an economic cluster, and the transnational capitalists got rich, while the middle-class worker got poorer, but felt good because they could go to Walmart and buy goods at a cheaper price. That's globalization in a nutshell.
best and produced. That means lowering the cost of capital. That means lowering the cost of investment, and that means strengthening Canada's business environment as well.
The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived at Panama's presidential palace to meet the president at the time.
All right. So that's Al Jazeera's take on the tariffs. Before I go back to the CDC issue, I apologize for interrupting. Let me just plug a couple products here. Please help support my work by getting the products that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the great structural nano silver charcoal tea tree soap that I have. Get a couple bars for your households. Very high quality soap. I use it. In addition, find it. A good gut biome is really important. All right. I have two different versions of probiotics. Powdered version, which is what I usually take with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. You can mix it with filtered water or you know, a smoothie if you want, or the veggie cap version. But both are very high quality, and taking a good probiotic will lower inflammation for your gut, improve your immune system, improve your metabolism and your energy absorption, improve the health of your liver, and improve that communication between your gut and your brain. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have a better mood. You're going to reduce the chances of depression. You're going to have the ability to have mental clarity. When you have a bad gut biome, you're a little bit off in terms of, you know, maybe more irritable. You can't focus as much. You may not be able to sleep as well. So improving your gut biome is really important. In addition, you'd also improve your skin, your hair, and your nails. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Improve your health by improving your gut biome. Get the powdered probiotic that I offer or the veggie cap version. Both are very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's go back to the CDC. I'll just rewind it here. I apologize, but I wanted to catch that live feed from Al Jazeera.
Data and web pages with the health information related to gender and equity have been removed from the Centers for Disease Control website. Now, the changes are to comply with President Trump's executive order to eliminate federal DEI programs, and federal staffers have been warned of severe consequences if they do not comply with the orders. With me now is Dr. Jennifer Nuzzo. She is a professor of epidemiology at Brown University and the director of the Pandemic Center at Brown University's School of Public Health. Dr. Nuzzo, good morning to you. Let me start with some of these web pages. A page entitled Facts About LGBT Youth Suicide. Another page about creating safer schools for LGBT plus youth. Both of those are gone. You can eliminate the pages, you can't eliminate the people. What are the consequences of what's implied by the elimination of these pages on these public health websites?
Yeah, so these have been deeply disturbing developments. What we're seeing is sort of widespread tampering and dismantling of really critical public health data. This is happening at the direction of politicos, not scientists. There's a reason why these data were collected. They're critically important for health agencies, particularly in our communities, to know how to protect us, to know where in our communities needs are greatest and how to direct the very limited resources we have to protect people. So taking away the data.
Why doesn't the CDC and the FDA focus more on why these gender dysphorias are happening? It's a psychological, operation on children. And there's an endocrine disruption in our food supply, in our water supply. That's more important to talk about than, promoting gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria wasn't prevalent when I was a kid. if for the ones that are listening that are even older, that are boomer generation, do you remember any of this crap when you were a kid? I don't remember this in elementary school. This is a modern day phenomenon that basically starts at around late maybe 80s, early 90s. It starts a little bit, but really ramps up after 2000. All right. Now, why is that? It's the chemicals in our food, in our water. And then you have this socialization that's starting to take place, this sexualization of kids in the school system, in the elementary school system, the primary school system. And it creates this gender dysphoria. And then now you have surgeons that are doing surgeries on adolescents that they should not be doing. And having these hormonal blockers. And all of a sudden you've destroyed these children. And there's no way back. But they've collected their money. The doctors collected their money. So what they're trying to do is normalize gender dysphoria. And a big part of it, not all of it, but a big part of it is through psychological and poisonous ingredients in our foods and in our water that are causing these endocrine disruptions. That's more important to talk about than worrying about, some of this other happy horse shit.
Harder. There's, never been this level of just sort of dismantling and tampering with data that we've seen, and it is deeply concerning, and it's only going to sow really distrust in the federal government. And I just don't think that there's any, I just don't think that that's in anyone's benefit.
Where's the outcry by the CDC and the FDA about adverse side effects of inoculations? They don't like publishing that data.
Is taking away the data. And this is what I'm interested in. Is this, from the public health community, an assumption that it's short-lived? I mean, at some point there will be an administration that believes that transgender people exist and may be willing to make that information public again. The question is, do you believe at that point it will be retrievable? Is there fear that the data will just be gone?
Yeah, so first of all, there's a lot that's unknown, and a lot of these actions, I think, are happening in part because the directions that have come out of really the White House have been so broad that they're just very hard to interpret. So what you're seeing is really sort of widespread changes being made, in part because of lack of guidance. So that's just one of the problems. The other problem is that there are actual changes being made to the data. So for instance, changes like removing what had been a category of gender that gives sort of multiple descriptions of who is being affected by certain diseases, and trying to reduce that to the binary category of sex, male or female. Now, for people who aren't epidemiologists, that might not seem like a big deal, but there's a reason why public health professionals have been wanting those more granular data, because they help us better understand what is happening in our communities and understand who we have to reach out to in order to make our communities safer. So that kind of change that's happening is
they're
also
using the
very
data for the
important.
wrong reasons. They're saying all the numbers are increasing, therefore we have to have resources to help support these communities. Wrong. Where you need to use the data is where's the root cause of the problem. And what you'll find, it has to do with the water supply, the food supply, and the psychological psyop that's taking place on children at such a young age.
The federal data that have been taken down, and just to say that you named a few sites, but we have seen sort of widespread data disruptions since these orders have been given, and I think there's a lot of questions about when it's going to end. I will say that you can't really keep data behind a lock and key, and in those amount of days, there have been groups all across the country that are trying to that have been downloading the data set. So what has been collected so far does exist, but there are questions about whether we will continue to collect the data we need and share that information with our communities so that our communities know how best to protect themselves.
Yeah. Weekly reports, public statements from FDA, NIH, CDC.
What is happening with the CDC and what's happening with the CDC is that they're an agency that's promoting a woke agenda. That's what's happening. So if you're really worried about your data set, just go to PubMed, and I'm sure that someone has published something that's important, and you'll be able to have access to that data set. Why does the CDC have to promote woke? Why does the CDC have to promote gender dysphoria? They're promoting gender dysphoria. They're not publishing gender dysphoria. They're promoting it.
By an appointee, a senior level Trump administration delegate. What is the impact? Take it for a second out of your profession and put it into my life. What's the impact of not getting those reports?
So first of all, information and communication is one of the most important.
Thank you for asking. Dr. Paul Cottrell is going to tell you, by not knowing the root cause of the problem, by not focusing on the root cause of the problem, you're going to continue on this whole gender dysphoria trek. Now, what we need to do is call off the CDC and say, you know what? We need to stop promoting gender dysphoria and start focusing on what the root cause is. Because you didn't have this problem in the Gen X generation. You didn't have this problem in the baby boomer generation. You didn't even have this happen in a large part of the Y generation. Why is it, the Z and the millennials and all this stuff? Why is that? What's going on?
And it's not just the reports that are not coming out. It's also the fact that our health agencies have been unable to get on calls with our state and local health officials. They have been unable to share really important information about what's happening not only in the United States, but the rest of the world, the things that could be coming to our communities to affect us. Why is that important? Well, right now we have multiple ongoing, very concerning, and in some cases deadly outbreaks happening, not just here in the United States, but in the rest of the world. So there's been avian influenza, which is a really concerning situation that we need minute-to-minute information on. There's also in the United States one of the largest tuberculosis outbreaks happening. It's happening in the American heartland. We need to know what's going on with that. Across the pond, as it were, there are multiple viral hemorrhagic fever virus outbreaks, things like Ebola and Marburg virus, deadly viruses. We know that infectious diseases don't stay put and they don't take a break. And so we need to get up to the minute information about what's happening with those outbreaks so that we know what risk it poses to American communities and what communities need to do to
that part. I agree with. We need data on that. We don't need data on promoting gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
And when CDC can't even talk to our health officials, they cannot fulfill their statutory obligation to protect America's health.
It's interesting. I read a piece in the New York Times this morning about how the stop work on foreign aid has stopped some of these services around the world to try to stop the spread of some of those diseases as well. Dr. Jennifer Nuzzo, thank you so much for your time and expertise.
Another clown at the CDC. They're all full of clowns at the CDC. All right. Let's see here next. All right, this was 36 minutes ago by Fox Business.
Popeyes has the wing game on lock for your watch party. With 8 crispy, bold Louisiana wing flavors and bone-in or boneless, you just might have.
Do you think that New York is finally real close to ending its sanctuary city status?
I don't, because you still see progressives ingrained in the state legislature and city council. You have people like Kathy Hochul who are reading the tea leaves and saying, you know what, I think there's a good opportunity here to cooperate with the feds. You still have to get through the state legislature and the city council. That is an uphill battle. These people are entrenched against Donald Trump. And they see this as the way to keep their own seats safe, their own incumbency protected.
How do they stand on that? I mean, they are protecting criminals, some violent criminals. They're protecting them.
We saw this with Stephen Miller being attacked on TV the other day. They were trying to say these are all farmers. And he said, no, 1% of these folks coming are working on farms. Their majority in our urban centers committing crimes. They're not all committing crimes.
When they led it away in the Bronx, Bronx people were cheering. Get them out of here.
The victims of the majority of these criminals are people within ethnic communities, many of them undocumented themselves. They are the victims of crimes themselves. Those are the people we're actually protecting by getting rid of those who would attack their neighbors, do horrible things to kids, buy grenades. You're protecting people within those communities, not just the legal citizens of New York.
So why are you stepping down as New York City Council?
It's time. It's time. I'm joining a firm called Chartwell Strategy Group. It's time to move to the private sector and see what life takes me next.
No, you'll move to the private sector and make some money.
I think that's a pretty good answer. You know a thing about money, right?
What does Chartwell do?
Chartwell represents big multinational companies.
Big multinational companies, and he's just going to make $1 billion. It's amazing. It's amazing. You know what we need? More scientists, more engineers, more manufacturing, and that's what's going to propel society. Not a bunch of hedge fund guys. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boost up your immune system by taking magnesium and zinc. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Also take vitamin C and magnesium. This helps to boost up your immune system, but also helps with your skin. Take it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. And structural nanosilver toothpaste, whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, improve your gum line, neutralize pathogens, reduce plaque, and by taking this very high quality toothpaste, this has no fluoride in it. Fluoride's bad for you, all right? This is fluoride free. It's a very high quality toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. So get a few tubes of this toothpaste from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. By taking this toothpaste, you're going to improve your oral hygiene. And by improving your oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease and you're reducing the chances of valvular disease. And that's a big problem for people that get older. All right, so you don't want a valve replacement. Trust me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this very high quality toothpaste. Get a few tubes for your household. Make sure you use discount 5, all caps, discount, and then the number 5. You get $5 off any order. So please go to my store, help support my work, and help support your health. These are products that I take. All right. Now, I'm older than Alex Jones. I'm a lot fitter than Alex Jones. Guess what? Alex Jones looks pretty bad right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. Follow my protocol. All right. I'll tell you, the world is changing, that's for sure. All right, ABC, this is their take on Canada and Mexico slams Trump's tariffs.
A natural diamond for every milestone and every moment that makes us, us.
After the battle over tariffs, President Trump announcing that 25% tax on goods coming into the U.S. from Canada and Mexico and 10% on Chinese products. All three nations responding now this morning. ABC's Selena Wang is in Washington. Selena, this raises questions about a possible trade war.
Hey, wait, yeah, good morning. Exactly. Fears are growing that this could be the start of a trade war after President Trump took extraordinary moves over this weekend, hitting America's biggest trading partners with steep tariffs. This could upend global supply chains and increase prices at the grocery store and the gas pump. This morning, America on the cusp of a trade war with its biggest trading partners.
There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
After President Donald Trump signed 3 executive
orders. Now keep in mind, you had shippers and warehouses stocking up. They were front loading this. So there's a supply out there suspecting that this was going to happen. So this disruption probably isn't going to be that bad in the near term, like it's being promoted in the news. Just remember, there has been front loading going on with the warehouses.
Imposing 25% tariffs on all exports from Mexico and Canada, with a lower 10% tariff on Canadian energy exports and 10% tariffs on goods from China. Trump justifying the tariffs by blaming those countries for illegal drugs and undocumented migrants entering the U.S.
They treated us very unfairly.
The tariffs are set to take effect on February 4th, just after midnight. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Canada will retaliate with 25% tariffs on $106 billion worth of American goods.
Tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. It will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery store and gas at the pump.
Trudeau calling on Canadians to choose goods from Canada over the U.S.
It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether.
Mexico's president also vowed to retaliate with tariffs of their own, blasting the Trump administration for.
Can you believe that Trudeau threatened DeSantis? He basically threatened Florida and telling Canadians not to buy Florida orange juice. This is war.
Using her government of working with drug traffickers, saying if the U.S. wanted to address the fentanyl crisis, they could combat the sale of narcotics on the streets of their major cities, which they do not do. And overnight, China's government denouncing the tariffs, saying it will take countermeasures against them, but still leaving the door open for talks with the U.S. But Trump's executive order says if the countries retaliate, the U.S. can further increase its tariffs, and small business owners are worried about the impact too.
I think people are going to be truly shocked at the pricing they're going to see on the cars, on the lumber, on the clothes, on the food. This is going to be a mess.
And guys, it's not just higher prices for U.S. consumers. This could also have a huge impact on jobs and also companies in this country. I spoke to the head of a trade group that includes major Canadian automakers, and they say that these tariffs could even potentially halt North American car production, putting American jobs at risk. Janae?
All of those impacts remain to be seen. Selena Wang, thank you. And President Trump's tariffs could send prices of a whole range of goods up. So with your wallet in mind, ABC's Alexis Christophorus joins us with what this could mean for us, consumers. Good morning to you, Alexis.
Good morning, Janae. Yeah, economists already warning that Trump's tariffs.
Just remember, consumers, the reason why you had cheap prices was because you shipped your jobs overseas and you built up you allowed the federal government to issue more debt. So now you're starting to see really the effects of an over-indebted government. But if you reduce the outlays by the government, you reduce federal income tax, and you bring economic clustering back to the United States, you will actually have a more prosperous economy. And you will be wealthier, not the transnational capitalists. Why is Tim Cook a billionaire? Tim Cook is a billionaire because of stock options, because he makes cheap goods in China and he ships it over to the United States for you to buy an iPhone for $1,000. Wake up, wake up. But you consumers, you're worried about buying a spatula at a cheaper price at Walmart.
The price of everything from gasoline and pickup trucks to your Super Bowl party guacamole dip at a time when many of us are still reeling from high grocery prices. So the U.S. buys more than $45 billion in agriculture.
Now, the reason why we have high grocery prices is because of overspending by the government, and that was inflationary. So that's a different dynamic. But the thing is that Do you really need to pay those expensive football tickets? Do you really need to support industries that are making these players hundreds of millions of dollars throughout their career? These football players, hundreds of millions of dollars. Some of them, because of advertising contracts and stuff like that, they end up becoming a billionaire. You really think a football player should be a billionaire? You really think a football player should be a 200 millionaire? Do you think a football player should be a 100 millionaire? I don't think so. I don't think that they add that much productivity to the economy. The bread and circus in the United States needs to end. It needs to end. And let some of these industries die. You really think that we should be supporting these sports where you have these clubs making tons and tons of money? But they want you to be pacified by this whole bread and circus. Your guacamole is going to get more expensive. Those tickets to the football stadium is going to get more expensive. Do you really, maybe you should just shed that. Do you really need to eat the guacamole that's probably full of ingredients that are endocrine disruptors? Do you really need to eat the chips and raise your blood pressure and have problems with your gut biome? Do you really need to support football players becoming multimillionaires, if not billionaires? No. Wake up. Start improving your own economy, not someone else's economy. Improve your health and wellness, and find ways to improve your own society, your own community. It's all about localization.
Products from Mexico alone, including tomatoes, bell peppers, cucumbers, and avocados. In fact, 90% of the avocados consumed here in the U.S. come from Mexico. Now, tariffs could also mean higher prices at the pump, since the U.S. gets about 70% of its crude oil from Canada, the main ingredient that goes into gasoline. Analysts say the tariffs could tack on an extra 30 to 70 cents a gallon in certain parts of the country, especially for drivers in the Midwest. And car prices, already near record highs, could go even higher. A new $25,000 car from Mexico could cost an extra $6,200 if importers pass on those higher costs to consumers. And that 10% tariff on China, that could hike prices for some toys, electronics, and clothing. Some economists say these higher prices could reignite inflation and prevent the Federal Reserve from lowering interest rates, which means rates on things like credit cards, home loans, and mortgages could stay higher for longer.
They don't tell you, though, the ones that are in the market, you know, the wealthy, you know, like the Tim Cooks, because of inflation, the market's going to go up. So this whole thing is going to actually make Tim Cook richer. Okay. Like I said, you know, this year is going to be 10 years wrapped up into one. This is One Day Ago by Chuck Grassley. Oh no, I don't want to play that. That's too long. Talking about Pentagon spending being too much. Let me see something else here. All right, I'm going to play Cudlow. This was One Day Ago about being tough on tariffs.
All right, folks. Mr. Trump tells Mexico and Canada, America first. And that's the subject of the riff. If President Trump believes that Mexico and Canada are damaging America's national security, by failing to sufficiently help us on the border to prevent illegal crossings and prevent the influx of fentanyl or other drugs, or not helping us defeat the Mexican cartels, then I believe he is absolutely right to use his tough tariff diplomacy by slapping 25% tariffs on both countries. That includes the 10% tariff hike on China, which is supplying the fentanyl drug components that are then manufactured in Mexico and then sent across the U.S. line. China, by the way, is also subverting the USMCA North American Free Trade Deal by building plants in Mexico and then dumping cheap cars into the U.S. without adhering to U.S. domestic content and other rules. With today's announcement by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that President Trump has made up his mind and will impose these tariffs tomorrow, it's very clear that's the president's conclusion. Whether he has any specific metrics in mind regarding illegal crossings or drugs or sex trafficking, all that remains to be seen. Whether he's going to engage in additional negotiations with Canada and Mexico also remains to be seen. But he has laid down the law. Tariffs are a legitimate tool to engage in national security policy as well as economic policy. Presumably, if Mexico and Canada meet Mr. Trump's requirements at some point, then the tariffs could be lifted. But we don't know that. And we await a statement from the president himself, perhaps tomorrow or perhaps tonight even. By the way, Mexico's ties to China have become a major problem. Mexican imports from China have increased 50% over the last 5 years. And Chinese investment in Mexico is up by the same 50%. USMCA rules must be changed to place explicit limitations on Chinese content. Now, right now, the U.S. is running a $170 billion trade deficit with Mexico, and it's sustained across numerous product groups. Canada is a bit different. The U.S. is running a $60 to $70 billion trade gap with them, but if energy is removed, we actually have a surplus with Canada, and that surplus includes autos and manufacturing. Now, 60% of U.S. oil imports come from Canada, but Canadian oil companies provide us with a 20% discount because their heavy crude has to be refined into gasoline and diesel fuels. But as some oil experts are pointing out, a 25% tariff wipes out the 20% discount. So they fear that gasoline prices in the Midwest and the northern states could jump by perhaps 40 to 75 cents. So the oil industry is hoping for a carve out from the 25% tariff. We'll see about that. On the tariff news announced by Ms. Leavitt, the Dow Jones fell about 330 points. Wall Street continues to believe that tariffs are inflationary. And as I've suggested before, tariffs are not. Sure, there might be some minor one-time product price increases, but exporters to the U.S. will bear 50% or more of the tariff increase by lowering their prices in order to sell to American consumers and businesses. That was our experience with China during Mr. Trump's first term. The only way inflation is going to pick up in any sustained fashion is if the Federal Reserve keeps the printing presses wide open.
Right.
Mr. Trump's Truth Social post on Wednesday, he criticized the Fed for failing to stop the massive Bidenflation that ruined blue-collar affordability with a 20% plus price hike over the past 4 years. For Mr. Trump's own economic program, lower tax rates, deregulation, unleashing energy production, large reductions in federal spending and the D.C. bureaucracy, all that is profoundly counter-inflationary and it's pro-growth. That's why inflation is not the issue. And yesterday, by the by, Mr. Trump posted that he will not tolerate any replacement of the mighty U.S. dollar in international trade. In fact, he threatened 100% tariffs on the so-called BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So King Dollar is also counter-inflationary. Instead, Mr. Trump's tariff diplomacy is geared towards protecting America's national security and protecting America's economic security. And he insists that America comes first. And that's the rip.
All right. I agree with that. All right. So please help support the work I do, informing you about the economy, informing you about geopolitics, even current affairs, how to improve your health and wellness, some of the scientific discoveries that are happening in the world. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products that I offer. I got lots of different products. Some are ebooks, some are classes about immunology and pulmonology, and other products are dealing with health and wellness. So I have this protocol that I've been doing for a long time that slows down the aging process and boosts up my immune system and improves the different organ systems that I have. Now, one supplement that's really important to take is omega-3. This helps with your total cholesterol. This will lower LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means you're improving your total cholesterol. And when you improve your total cholesterol, you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. In addition, this omega-3 will help to prevent red blood cells from sticking. That means less blood clots. And omega-3 taken regularly will help to reduce systemic inflammation. So please go to my store and get the omega-3, take it every day to improve your cardiovascular health. It's synergistic with natto kinase, all right, and also synergistic with olive leaf extract. Now, olive leaf extract is a dual purpose product. Olive leaf extract will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It'll bring down inflammation, and by bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system, and bringing down inflammation at the vascular level will reduce the chances of building up further plaque. And olive leaf extract brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So it's synergistic with the omega-3, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, stack these together. This is a great stack right here to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Now, when we get older, we have to reduce the load on our pancreas. Even if you're healthy, your pancreatic health starts to decline as you get older, right? Your pancreas produces lots of things like enzymes to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Digestive enzyme complex has those enzymes to help you break up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. If you work out, taking digestive enzyme complex for your pre-workout nutrition and your post-workout nutrition will help to break it up so you can absorb. So if you're an athlete or if you're older, taking digestive enzyme complex is important to take. Reduce the load on your pancreas. Please take my advice, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex, and to improve the health of your pancreas by reducing the load. So when you're eating, you're breaking up these foodstuffs. That means you'll be able to absorb better, and you're reducing that stress on your pancreas. So please go to my store, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, number 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right. So with that said, let's Chuck Schumer is talking right now. So it looks like he's talking about tariffs on China.
And you look for, when you go to the supermarket, when you pull up at the gas station, when you're looking to buy a home or buy a car, high prices is really bothering people.
That's true.
And now,
that's true. But the other side of the equation is the government has been overspending. And they've been issuing bonds. And our interest payment on those bonds are astronomical. Government needs to shrink. Our federal income taxes need to go down. And we need to build up our own economic cluster. That's the solution. But the Democrats and the transnational capitalists are going to continue to say your food prices are going to go up. That evil orange man. No, the evil person is the guy behind the curtain running the Federal Reserve, called the Wizard of Oz.
We have, and now Donald Trump is proposing to initiate a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. What is, yeah, okay. And right now, Donald Trump is initiating a 25% increase in tariffs on Mexico and Canada. And what's that going to mean? Higher prices for New Yorkers, higher prices for Americans. It's going to affect almost everything. Let's just take Super Bowl Sunday, okay? It's going to affect beer, okay? Most of it, Corona here, comes from Mexico. It's going to affect your guac.
So your guacamole, that you shouldn't be eating because it's endocrine disruption. And, especially if it's processed. If it's fresh guacamole, maybe not so much. But if it's processed guacamole, I'm sure it has chemicals in it. Why are you drinking Corona? It's like drinking piss.
Because what is guacamole made of? Avocados, both from Mexico. If you have pizza, it's going to affect the cost of cheese. So all of these are subject to.
So your bread and circus is going to get more expensive. Maybe you shouldn't have bread and circus. Because if you plug out of the bread and circus, then you're like plugging out of the matrix, and you start seeing the world the way it is. How the transnational capitalists are taking advantage of you. How these politicians that end up being multimillionaires somehow in the Senate, like Chuck Schumer, are taking advantage of you. But they're going to scare you that Corona beer and your cheese is going to get too expensive. Now, he didn't say wine, at least not yet, because a lot of people out there can't afford their wine and cheese. So you have to have Corona beer and cheese. But at least you can still watch the football game. Plug out. Don't buy the bullshit. Hold these people accountable. Why is he wealthier than you? You work harder than he does. He took advantage of you.
Almost anything that you buy or eat.
Some people put limes in their beer.
All right, Angela, I left out the limes.
So we have a
people.
those recipes.
No, their pizza. All right, here we go. The main, what you often eat on a what many people have on a Super Bowl, beer. What many people have on Super Bowl Sunday, beer and guac, composed of avocado and lime. All of those much of those come from Mexico. Prices on these things are going to go up.
Plug out of the bread and circus, I'm telling you. And then you get plugged out. You're plugging out of the matrix. They want you plugged into the bread and circus.
God almighty. Yeah, exactly. Enough already. No. Cheers. Let me say it once again. A lot of people at the Super Bowl have beer and guac. All of it comes from much of it comes from Mexico, and the prices of these things are likely to go up. These tariffs are so bad that experts have said that they could go up and cost the family.
And a lot of these experts are consultants for transnational capitalistic firms. So do you think that they're going to say to their client that your policies are bad for America? Of course not. Don't trust consultants until you really fully understand where their money's coming from.
$1,200 a year. The budget lab at Yale, nonpartisan, scientific, says these tariffs could cost the American family an average of about $1,200 a year. And even a conservative
That might be true. That might be true. But you could lower taxes by that amount, and it would be net neutral.
Tax Foundation said it could cost families $830. The last thing people need right now is their prices going up. $1,200 a year, $830 a year. It is.
No, Chuck Schumer. What the last thing that people need, that you want them to wake up from the bread circus, is that they can start demanding the government to reducing their federal income tax and stopping the overspending at the government level. That's where you get to the root cause of the problem. The root cause of the problem is that there was overspending at the federal government level and needing a foreign buyer of the bonds that were issued by the Treasury Department. And the overprinting of money by the Federal Reserve. That right there is the problem. This is going to wait. If people really plug out of the bread circus, they're going to start demanding their government to be accountable on the wasteful spending that has been going on for decades. But the transnational capitalists and Schumer don't want you to wake up. They don't want you to know that they're multi-millionaires because they've been taking advantage of you.
We're saying to President Trump, stop these tariffs. You campaigned on lowering prices. You campaigned on this wallet. But your tariffs
No. He campaigned on America First. And a subset of America First is lowering prices and increasing the economic clustering through localization. That's what he campaigned on, Chucky.
Out of this wallet for so many goods and services, for food, for clothing, for cars, that you should stop it. And I here to pledge to the American people that I will explore every way that we can legislatively prevent these tariffs from happening. The good news is there are a good number of Republicans who don't like them either. And so I'm hopeful we can get bipartisan legislation to prevent the president from raising these tariffs, or once he does, to roll them back. Everything you were promised during the election is out the window if these tariffs go through. And in cities like New York and areas like Long Island, the price could even be higher than the $1,200 a year that the budget lab at Yale estimates. The price would go up for the average family, or the $830 that the Tax Foundation estimates. Again, we're now in a trade war with Mexico and Canada. For the American people, it'll now be a war between prices and their paychecks. That is the last thing we need. So if you think that this is good, if someone tries to convince you, President Trump or anyone else, that this is good for the American family, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I can sell you. It's logical. You make the cost of imports go up.
They're only looking at one side of the equation. This is about, the longer play here is lowering federal income tax. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support your health, all right, by taking the supplements that I take and follow my protocol. Now, one major pillar of this 4-pillar process of the core is bringing down inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your cardiovascular health and you're helping with your immune system. Turmeric is an antioxidant that brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. Also, turmeric is a antioxidant that will soak up free radicals, right? And ashwagandha will help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. So when you bring down cortisol levels and you control your blood glucose levels, you're reducing that inflammatory response in your tissues and in your vascular system. So when you're lowering that inflammation in the vascular system, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. When you reduce chronic inflammation, you're improving your immune system, because chronic inflammation has chronic levels of cortisol. Chronic levels of cortisol are immunosuppressive. So chronic inflammation is an immunosuppressive situation. That's bad. By bringing it down, it improves your immune system. So stack these together to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Now, if you stack it also with the lignans or take it separately, it's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or a smoothie. Take lignans every day to lower inflammation, and it's also an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. Stacking these together is a very powerful way to bring down inflammation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, stack this together. If you would like to follow my advice or take them separately, it's up to you. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off. Discount 5, all caps, and the number 5, you get $5 off any order. This is a great combo to be able to bring down inflammation, boost up your immune system, and help with your cardiovascular health. All right, let's go back to Chucky.
People pay more, and people don't want to pay more, and they shouldn't. We got anything? Okay, questions on this subject?
In the update today, it says President Trump.
He's more, and if you notice, he didn't do it in this show, right? In this press conference, but he talks about trying to bring down drug prices. All right, drug prices are too high, but the bigger issue is get people healthy by changing lifestyle and improving their life through a holistic approach that's more natural, by proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep. There's a holistic approach to reduce the 2 largest disease prevalences in the United States, diabetes and heart disease. If you improve your immune system, you're going to reduce cancer incidences. If you improve your environment, you're going to reduce cancer incidences, right? So there's a holistic approach on how to mitigate a lot of the diseases that we have in the United States. And heart disease and diabetes is rampant because of lifestyle. So why not focus on that? And you get more bang for your buck than focusing on bringing down drug prices. Because that's not getting to the root cause. The root cause is improving the holistic approach on lifestyle. But that also means plugging out of the bread and circus. See, if you didn't worry about the bread and circus, most likely you're already on a path of a holistic healing of your body.
Saturday could cause some quote temporary short-term disruptions that the American people will quote understand.
President Trump even acknowledged, thank you. President Trump even acknowledged himself that this is likely to make prices go up. So what the heck is he doing it for?
Because when you're talking about multivariable equations, there's always more variables that you can bring up and down to affect the equation. And federal income tax is one of them. Economic clustering in the long term is one of those variables, Chucky. And oh, by the way, let's not forget the famous barbecuing of hamburgers and cheese on his raw hamburger. I guess that's going to go up too, Chucky. Even though he doesn't cook very well, and he's Jewish. Why are you putting cheese on hamburger?
Here's some of the products that will go up because of the
Canada, cost of building a home or putting a room on your home goes up because wood becomes more expensive because of the Canadian tariff. Dairy, we have a lot of dairy imports and other kinds of fruit and vegetable imports from Canada. Those prices go up. And automobile prices go up. A lot of the auto industry is in Canada, and they send things back and forth. If there's a 20%.
But why did we send the stuff over to Canada? Because they wanted cheaper goods made in Canada because of the fluctuation between the loon and the dollar. The loonie and the dollar. And play with that whole fluctuation of currency. And the UAW created contracts that made the cost of building the products on the line more expensive. So they had to force the tier 1 suppliers to go to other countries at low cost centers to be able to sell subsystems to build those cars. So if the auto worker, if the UAW didn't raise their, their wages through these contract negotiations, the cars wouldn't have been as expensive and there wouldn't have been so much pressure on the tier 1 to move to Canada and to Mexico. So in the end, union shops, at least at the UAW level, union shops have caused this problem. A big part of it. Now, I have seen union shops for automobile manufacturing and non-union shops. And my observation is that they both produce about the same high quality, but the non-union shop is cheaper. All right. Now, do we want to ship our subsystems to other countries or not? Because it's just a downward spiral. That additional money that the union worker gained is lost by a tier 1 shop that's non-union. They lost their wages that went to a different country. So it's just shifting of money around. So the union contract made the economic clustering weaker in the United States. Now, who supported the unions during these contract negotiations? Typically, the Democratic Party. Now, many union workers this go around voted for Trump. But the party, the union bosses, they're heavily embedded in the Democratic Party. So they are one of the reasons why we have this problem. They've created a system where you can't bring back the jobs. They've created a system where if you try to bring back the jobs, you're going to have an inflationary pulse. But it's better to take the pain now and solve the problem and rebuild the economic clustering in the United States than to do it later because it's going to be more expensive. Don't kick the can down the road on this. But Chucky Schumer doesn't understand that because Chucky Schumer doesn't know economics.
5% surcharge. As things go back and forth, that would make things worse as well for cars. Yeah, car parts as well.
So, President Trump also said.
Short term.
The tariff has power. When he imposed it on Ecuador, he said wouldn't take the planes of immigrants.
Right. Yeah.
He imposed it.
He says the tariffs have power. But if you want to go after foreign countries, don't do it at the expense of the American consumer who's going to pay more. That's the number one thing people want, prices to go down. The tariffs make prices go
up. Then why
up.
is it justifiable for the federal government to keep on spending like a drunken sailor and keep on printing money? That's inflationary. That hurts the consumer, Chucky. So it's okay to do it through overspending by the federal government and printing money, but you can't do it through tariffs and bringing back jobs to America. Funny how that plays out with China.
Well, there are lots of leverages we have over other countries, and you don't have to do an across-the-board tariff that expects beer and extends beer and guacamole. You could do it in targeted ways as well.
Instead of doing it targeted, you do it untargeted, and it's forcing economic clustering back to the United States. It's about localization, dude. It's not globalization. Globalization is so 80s. It's so 80s.
There's all kinds of leverage we have over foreign countries. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day. Happy New Year. I'm going to Brooklyn, Chinatown.
So that was Senator Chuck Schumer talking about.
He's going to Brooklyn, Chinatown, probably to eat at the all-you-can-eat buffet. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that I take on a regular basis to improve my health. Now, one great supplement that I've added to my stack is NAD+. Why did I add it to my stack? NAD+ boosts up energy levels, but also helps to repair DNA damage. As you get older, you're going to have DNA damage, and it's harder to repair. So you need supplementation to kind of help it along. NAD+ will help that repair to happen. That's important, especially for longevity and anti-aging. NAD+ also protects neurons, which is very important when you're 40+ years of age. So please go to my store, get the NAD+, protect your neurons, help to repair your DNA and boost up those energy levels. Another supplement that I've added to my stack that you should add to your stack is NAC. NAC boosts up glutathione levels. Glutathione is a strong antioxidant. NAC helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, and NAC helps to calm the nervous system. And when you have a calm nervous system, then you're more in parasympathetic. That's good for your body. That means that if you're in parasympathetic and you're reducing anxiety, that means that your heart rate's less. That means that you're not in a fight or flight response. You're in a rest and digest response. So your cortisol levels will go down. So if you're not stressed, if you don't have the anxiety, then your cortisol levels are normal and your immune system will be better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, boost up your glutathione levels, calm your nervous system, and detoxify your liver and your kidney by taking NAC. Resveratrol is an antioxidant. It also helps to improve your mitochondrial health, which means that you're going to be boosting up your energy levels and your ATP. And resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that need to die, all right? Sometimes when your cells divide, they stop dividing because the telomere lengths are too short. So they just sit there. It's called senescence. And they collect garbage. You want to get rid of those garbage cells. When you get older, you have a lot of senescent cells. So to get rid of them, take resveratrol. This stacks really well with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. So you get more bang for your buck when you take resveratrol and you stack it with a strong antioxidant. So take resveratrol, take it with NAD+ or ubiquinol or C60. Now, I've been taking resveratrol for decades. Now, it's up to you, but you can take my advice or don't take my advice. But the proof is in the pudding. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the highest bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. All right. Now, a lot of people take CoQ10, but it's not ubiquinol. And if you're taking that version, it's not as bioavailable. This one is very highly bioavailable. So please go to my store, get the ubiquinol. This is the active form of CoQ10, the most highly bioavailable that you can get. And CoQ10 and ubiquinol helps with energy levels, the improvement of your mitochondria, It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, and it also helps your neurons. It helps to protect your neurons. This is very important to take if you're 40 plus years of age. All right? So take ubiquinol. Protect your neurons, protect your mitochondria. Please go to my store and get the ubiquinol. This is the active form for CoQ10, the most highly bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. All right. What else is going on in the world? All right. This is Al Jazeera, and this is it's The Take is the name of the show. And this is a deep dive between DeepSeek outsmarting ChatGPT.
Today, a deep dive into DeepSeek, the Chinese AI company that's disrupting the tech world.
Aftershocks were felt from Washington to Wall Street and Silicon Valley. Signs that China may be catching up to the United States in the AI race sent tech stocks plunging.
Move over, ChatGPT. DeepSeek is in the spotlight. I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take.
My name is Taiwei Chen. I am a tech reporter at MIT Tech Review, and I am based in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, well, Taiwei, welcome to The Take. Look, a week ago, very few people outside of China had even heard of DeepSeek, yet this company was able to cause this panic in Silicon Valley and Wall Street.
Wall Street rattled by fears that China has caught up to America on artificial intelligence. NVIDIA leading the sell-off down about 15%, tanking on the news that DeepSeek has an AI model similar to ChatGPT, but operating at a fraction of the cost.
Be honest, did you see this coming?
Honestly, yes and no. So at MIT Tech Review, I published an article that was relatively early on to the development of this hype. And we were only able to get it out so quickly because I started following the company's development before the new model is even dropped. So the company, although relatively unknown globally, is already having a little hype within the Chinese AI world and some AI researchers community.
So yes and no is your answer, but I think if you really had, you probably would have shorted NVIDIA's stock and you'd be on a beach instead of on The Take today.
Oh, completely. I completely didn't see the stock market, the whole hype happening, and the AI world panicking about it. That's
so. All right. At its most basic level, what is DeepSeek, and what sets it apart from its more famous U.S. competitors like ChatGPT and Google Gemini?
Right. So DeepSeek is a Chinese AI company that is funded in 2023. So very, very young, incubated by a hedge fund. And they have 100 to 200 people, and it's very, very research focused. They built this AI model called R1 that is state of the art, matches the performance of ChatGPT 01 or even exceeded the newest model of ChatGPT in a lot of benchmarks. And the most impressive thing being they made it at a fraction of the cost of what OpenAI spent.
They say it was built in 2 months for less than $6 million. It's now the #1 app on the App Store.
The model is completely open source, which means the company has published the research results on the internet for anyone to access and for researchers to study. And besides the main model, they also release 6 other distilled smaller versions. And the smallest one you can even run on a regular laptop.
So what would the company look like if you went to the offices? Where is it located? What's the general vibe?
DeepSeek, the company, is based in Hangzhou, which is this like new tech hub that is 2 hours drive from Shanghai and in East China. The founder of DeepSeek, from what I heard, is a very geeky person obsessed with research and AI and Liang Wenfeng graduate.
So this is proof positive that if it's true with what you can do with DeepSeek, because I haven't done it, but let's assume it's true. This is the species explosion of AI. And you're going to have large models and small models and narrow, AI and more broad AI. So this is going to be a huge explosion in AI development. What it basically means is that you probably don't need the very expensive servers that need to be built out to make these new frontier models. Because now you can kind of piggyback off of a frontier model and just kind of do a narrow development, very specialized for your industry. Either something with biological sciences or engineering, aeronautics, whatever, all right?
From Zhejiang University, which is a research-focused top-tier university in China, and recruited this bunch of very young, smart people into this new AI startup. And his ambition is to build AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, a powerful AI that is able to almost replicate human intelligence and aid us in everything.
So, Taiwei, let's talk about how DeepSeek pulled this off despite the US trying to shut China out, right? AI runs on these ultra powerful, crazy expensive microprocessors. Back in 2022, then President Joe Biden basically said, no fancy chips for you, China. Banned China from using these semiconductor chips made anywhere in the world with US tools. So they're at this disadvantage. How did DeepSeek manage to do more with less?
Right. So the U.S. has historically prided itself on the access to abundant computing power. And if you know anything about large language models or generative AI these days, it's a hugely energy consuming, like the power.
I love this town. That's why I opened my independent wealth management practice right here, where my parents taught me to give back. Pay it forward. Vanguard shares these values. Their high-quality investments help my clients succeed, so I can give back the way my parents taught me. You got this. Vanguard.
Like the power, the electricity, and the computers that we're spending to train AI is astronomical. And that is why that the U.S. Has put a sanction on China, prohibiting NVIDIA, which is like the maker of all the advanced semiconductor chips, to sell China the top tier, most high functioning chips. And as a result, Chinese AI companies can only have access to a lower performing kind of chip. So people tend to think this would like make China more stunted in the progress of AI development. But this shortage and constraint in resources is actually exactly what prompted Liang Wenfeng, the founder of DeepSeek, to start this company and this operation. And so the lore on Chinese media, and we can kind of only go off their words with it, is Liang, the founder, acquired a stockpile. And according to Chinese media, at least 10,000 high-performing NVIDIA chips before the sanction was on. So after the sanction and after seeing how other Chinese AI companies are facing a computing power shortage, Liang decided that maybe I should put this resource to a good use and start training my own AI. And because of how like limiting the resource is, they and according to the sources I talked to, DeepSeek researchers had to rework their training process. They managed to simplify a lot of the process and the training by like clean, elegant engineering. And this is also what like amazed a lot of AI researchers in the world, because they didn't know that, oh, like such good results can be achieved with such little resources.
Yeah, so I mean, how much of a disadvantage is that? 10,000 chips kind of sounds like a lot of chips to me, but if that's all you're dealing with, how does that differ from how many chips that something like ChatGPT is dealing with?
We actually do not exactly know how many chips that DeepSeek has. In fact, there's a whole debate happening on Twitter, on different places. There are American researchers in disbelief. They don't believe that DeepSeek has done that on so little resources, and we're seeing people, including Alexander Wang, who's the founder of Scale AI, claiming that we at least have 20,000 chips or like 40,000, besides like 10,000, which is what they claim to have. I think these are all speculations, but what we know and what we can see from the open source research that they publish is that they created a lot of innovative structure and actual new findings, including something they call MOE, which is short for a mixture of expert structure. This means that, so for a large language model, they have a lot of expert system. Like it can have a geography expert, it can have a climate expert, or a political expert. And this was
right. So you have the large language model or frontier model, and you have these little models that they're being trained off and working with the frontier model with expert data to fine tune it. So it's becoming more narrow AI, focused on your particular industry or your particular process. So you don't have to have these big servers to create a huge frontier model or LLM. You just need small processing power to piggyback off of something that's already been created. So that means AI. In the near future, this means AI on your desktop.
So AI can overthink. It can spend a long time on this question and give you a wrong answer.
Yeah.
Or I'm sure like a lot of people have seen funny social media chatters about how AI can like generate a whole essay, but then would get the most simple question wrong. Like if you ask the AI, how many letters are there in the word letter? And it will get it terribly wrong after a long time of thinking. What DeepSeek did is basically they found a way to get the AI model to only activate the relevant experts. So that not just save the time that it used to get the answer, but also make it so much more efficient. Like if I ask it, what is the capital of China? It will probably think first, this is a simple factual question. And I only need to consult with a geography expert without triggering everything else in the system.
We'll have more with Caiwei Chen after the break. So, Caiwei, perhaps not surprisingly, many U.S. businessmen like Elon Musk are, trying to cast doubt on DeepSeek's budget and chip claims. What do you make of the pushback some of these U.S. companies are giving DeepSeek?
Right. I think a lot of these doubts are valid because ever since the hype, ever since R1 was dropped, we actually has never seen an interview from the company. Some companies and researchers are doubting they only succeeded because they're piggybacking on OpenAI's success and they're using ChatGPT's answer to train DeepSeek. I think partially that is probable because OpenAI's success obviously came first and inspired researchers globally to match that. But I think it's also, if you look at
I look at this a little differently. The frontier models are like a brain, and it has capability to learn, right? Just like a newborn has a brain, and it has the capability of learning its environment. Now, even though it has some information, and the frontier model is different than the cortical tissue of a human brain, but it's a close approximation, all right? So it has the ability, it has knowledge, and it has the ability to learn. And now you fine tune the learning off of the frontier model for your industry. So let's say that you wanted to focus on automotive, all right? You got all this CAD data and all this CAE crash data on all the vehicles that your company has done. All right, you have real crash data, you have computer animation crash data, and you feed it into this model. Now, to do this, you probably need a larger data array, but not just something at the home level, but not as big as, let's say, Stargate. All right. And you crunch the data and you get the model to be learning about the data set. And my understanding is how DeepSeek works is that you kind of like reinforce the learning. All right. So you ask it questions and you'll be able to fine tune it to how to improve, let's say, the performance of the lower longitudinals of a body structure. All right. What should be the best section modulus of a particular area of the vehicle for better crash performance? And so the computer will, or the model will give you suggestions for the engineers to implement. Now you can get this even more crazy where it actually is generating the three-dimensional data for your CAD system for the better section or the better 3D part for this area of the lower longitudinals for your unibody, all right, for better crash performance. Now that's just one small example, right? You can get more extravagant in automotive, but that's just one small example where you're not creating a whole new frontier model. You're piggybacking off of a frontier model. Could be OpenAI's frontier model. It could be Gemini's frontier model. It could be X1's frontier model. It doesn't really matter. That's the brain. And you're giving it some schooling through training, through data sets that you have in your industry, and fine tuning it and reiterating, for the learning process to reach convergence where it's usable. Now the question is this: a lot of new AI is going to develop. There are new species that are localized within industries. Some of it's going to be open source, some of it's going to be closed, some it's going to be proprietary. But I suspect that when you go beyond the hyperactivity within training these smaller models, what will happen is that you'll start to notice, well, the AI isn't going to give me anything more than I already know now. There may be stuff that an engineer would know in automotive, but it would take longer to develop versus using the AI. But once you know what the better solution is, the chances of getting a better solution on top of that diminishes over time. So there's an S curve in terms of the usability of the AI for further implementing a new design in, let's say, automotive or in aeronautics. There's going to be it's going to be exponential at first, but then it'll start to peter out. So it's an S curve. So there's going to be hyperactivity that's going on. Lots of people are going to be doing localized AI training. Some of it's going to be, maybe a server that's $10,000, maybe some servers that may be hundreds of thousands of dollars or a few $1 million, and some that are desktop that may only cost just a few thousand. All right, just depends on the industry, on the amount of data that it has to go through. But the big part of it is that it's using the frontier model as the core, I'll call, brain. All right, and you are creating these narrow AI training sets and building on top of it, all right, with assisted learning. But I suspect over time, from what I have seen with machine learning and artificial intelligence, narrow AI in finance, what I have noticed is that once you start generating these models and you train them, then you parameterize them and all this, the past history and a moving window of data and all this stuff, right? Once you use it and implement it, you don't get further insight in the market after you use it, over a certain amount of time. Let's say you train your AI in 2010, all right? In 2010, you're training your AI, and now you have a really high-end AI that can read market telemetry and trade it, and it does well, all right? Of course, it does some losses, it has gains, it hedges, and all the, it does all these things, right? But over time, you're not getting anything additional out of the market. Not additional gains, not even additional insight. And this is what I mean, that once you have enough models trained, now I'm zooming this out at the 50,000 foot level now, from what I've saw in finance. What will happen is once you train enough of these models in industries, there will be huge gains at first, then all of a sudden it peters out because there's nothing new to know. There's nothing really to really gain out of it until maybe there's another quantum leap of knowledge. But if you look at human endeavor and human knowledge, it accelerates because of some new discovery, and then all of a sudden it peters out. And then there's suddenly there's a new discovery, and then it peters out. But when you're talking about these narrow AIs for your particular industry, there's going to be a boom in creating these things, and the knowledge base that you can pull to pull it from. But after it's been created, then all of a sudden the number of new AIs in that industry being created, new AI algorithms being created, or machine learning algorithms being created, diminishes because you already have it built. The mechanism is already built to give you the knowledge. And then once you've used the knowledge for so many times, you're not going to use the AI anymore. Like, for example, there's lots of books in the library. And if you don't know anything, there's a lot to learn. But once you hone in on your knowledge set, you may reference some books regularly, and then all of a sudden you become so knowledgeable in that field that you no longer need to reference those books anymore. That's the point I'm making. The AI is building the knowledge of the library. And you're going to access the AI, the library, X amount of times until you become an expert, and therefore no longer need the AI, because the AI is not providing you anything new. So this is why I'm saying that over time, this is going to be an S curve. Now, we're not there yet. We're not at the S curve. We're just at the beginning of the hockey stick. But I suspect that there will be a period of time, maybe it's a 20-year period, maybe it's a 10-year period, maybe it's really advanced and it's a 5-year period. But there's maybe a 10-year period, 15-year period, where there's going to be advancements in these algorithms. There's advancements of this knowledge that humans will interface with and access. But it gets to the point where anything that the AI is telling you already know. So that's my take on it. But that's what I saw with machine learning and narrow AI in finance.
That they publish, you should be able to replicate that process on your computer. And I think that is another incredible thing that DeepSeek has done, is that it's not gatekeeping.
Don, I'll get your, I'll pass the mic on to you after I finish this video here. It's going to take about 6 minutes.
It's research results. They have published all their training process and all their findings, open source it under the MIT license, which is a very permitting open source license that would invite all the research.
I want to know.
Every reason is the right reason to Orange Theory.
Open source license that would invite all the researchers to learn from it. So I think that is why it caught some bitterness from some US companies, because their previous narrative is you need massive resource, which is not necessarily a scientific conclusion, but also related to their business operation to build this advanced technology.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Okay. On the matter of the Joe Biden sanctions, is it too early to say that they've backfired, that this DeepSeek news shows that the sanctions may actually end up harming the very companies the US is trying to protect?
I think that is a great question. And in my personal opinion, I think it might be a little early to say. I think what is evident and clear is that I do think the sanctions are not working exactly as expected. I don't know if they're harming the US companies, but I think it's safe to say that it's not weakening Chinese companies or Chinese AI industry in a way that the US government has intended. And instead, what we're seeing is that it's pushing a lot of Chinese companies in interesting directions. And the first one is, of course, this focus on efficiency, this focus on doing clean, elegant engineering and achieve maximum result at the lowest resources. And besides that, we are also seeing a trend of like collaboration, resource pooling, and consolidation.
So, Taiwei, if there is one thing that President Donald Trump cares about, it's the stock market, right? Which took a big hit here on this news. He's aligned himself closely with the big tech CEOs, and he called this a wake-up call.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win.
My question is, what does that look like? Because recently the US government strategy involved spending billions, buying up all of these chips. They're even talking about a nuclear power plant for Meta. Saiwei, do you think that this spending is going to get a fresh look here? Are they going to have to change course, the US?
Actually, yes. I think the emergence of DeepSeek is a great, not just wake-up call for the US company, but for the AI industry in the world, and a great moment to reflect on the energy use and spending here. Because previously, people sort of take it for granted that AI, this frontier technology, we're just supposed to we're supposed to use up all the resources and like all the electricity, even a nuclear plant, to develop it, to scale it infinitely, and not considering what goes into it. I think DeepSeek really changed narrative a little bit and made the industry rethink that maybe it's cool to use less resource instead of more to yield the best result. And maybe to do it in a nimble, effective way is actually what's preferred at this moment, because we actually haven't seen AI and AI as a technology has any mass market adoption or has any proof that it will benefit humanity in a huge way. So I think like these days I see a lot of arguments and people rethinking how do we evaluate what is worth it when we invest in these new technologies, and how much of AI's benefit is only Silicon Valley hype and how much it is like actual beneficial to humanity. And where can we, like, there are a lot of other things that could use that technology. It's putting heavy strain on like the power grid and also the environment.
Yeah. We do a daily news podcast, so we're right in the news cycle. Oftentimes things happen and it's hard to know what the context will be historically, what this moment means, in the long term. But this one feels like people assessed it pretty quickly. Do you think that this will be a moment in the history of AI and the history of tech that people remember for a long time?
I think so. I think although like DeepSeek has been already known to people within the tech community, this is the first moment that it entered the world stage and became like publicly known. I think this week DeepSeek became the #1 downloaded app in a lot of app stores globally. And I think this is a moment of reckoning, not just for the tech and business world, but for a regular person that just focus on their daily life and care about the stock market, to rethink, like maybe the U.S. should not be taking its technology leadership for granted, and maybe OpenAI is not the only way to go when we look for an AI agent to assist us, and China also become a force to be reckoned with.
Taiwei, thank you so much for coming on the take today.
Thank you for having me.
And that's the take.
All right.
So,
So before I pass the mic on to Don, that's on X Spaces, I want to remind the audience that's watching on YouTube, I have X Spaces open. You can ask questions. This is a format where it's supposed to be interactive, so please participate. So before I pass it on, let me just plug one product here. Please help support my work and your health by getting the collagen peptides. The amino acid profile on here is shown on the screen. You can also see the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a great way to improve your skin, improve your hair, your nails, your joints, your muscles, and your bones. There's a big scooper in here. This is about 1 month's supply. You take it once a day. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or a smoothie. You can mix it in milk. Just mix it with filtered water. It's up to you. It's your choice. It works really well when you do some resistance training too, to build muscle and to improve your joints. This is also a great way to build bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and the show and support your health. All right. Take the collagen every day. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5. It's all caps, discount 5. It's $5 off any order. So it's a great way to improve your health. If you just follow my protocol here, you're going to see gains in your health, improvements, longevity, and higher energy levels, and improved endocrine system and immune system and other organ systems. So this is something that I've been doing for a long time. It works. Just follow my lead. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So I'm going to pass on the mic to Don here. He's been a regular on the X Spaces call-in, so I appreciate him participating here. Hello?
Hey, Paul.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I guess my question to you too is looking at this AI, because you still have a user that is essentially has to use AI as, I can look at it as a tool. So you still have a user which is governed by human nature, and you still have AI and the user within a power structure or an arrangement of society that is also is governed by human nature.
Right.
And so the question I have is when you start talking about the idea of creating new knowledge, but the question is if that knowledge never reaches or is never allowed to create some type of, I gotta say, fitness payoffs for society, moves it in the right direction where everybody benefits. How do you, for instance, like how does the market, say, adoption figure into this? For instance, how is it that you even have a good product but it never reaches the masses because of marketing of a better company, of a poor product? So you have this element that I guess that still might not be addressed by AI and really never allows AI to essentially live up to its full potential, because you still are dealing with human nature, which is that something that AI can comprehend and fix with new knowledge that gets adopted and we move forward, or is it just always going to be this mess? And the last thing, when you look at the structures, we're finding all this corruption now within the United States government, which I think the founding fathers understood that would happen over time due to human nature, and that you'd have almost refresh it every so often, like reboot, back to, like, again, I can call them these sort of principles of liberty. That is that something we have to get rid of to live up to this true potential of this new technology that's emerging.
Right. No, you're bringing up some good questions here. You know, the first thing that pops in my mind, especially on the first question, is that there's going to be multiple stakeholders. Ones that are users, ones that are builders, and then you have the broader society that's affected by the usage of the AI. Now, an analog of a better mousetrap, but not being implemented to the society, is in biotech. There are lots of medications or different therapies that have been developed that gone through the clinical testing, but they don't have the money to go to market, so they're bought by a larger firm that's in big pharma. Let's say Johnson & Johnson buys a smaller biotech, but that biotech company came out with a drug that would hurt the cash flows of an older drug that is very profitable for Johnson & Johnson. So what they do is they DeepSeek the biotech company by just buying them, own their proprietary information, and never reach the market, and they just keep the older drug on the market because it's profitable. It's $1 billion product, right? So you have actors in a society that may be holding back certain types of information that would benefit society, but not benefit that corporation or that group of people. So there's that part that kind of pops in my mind. And then you have the barriers of entry now with AI seem to be going down, you know, with these localized training models. So it's going to be more of a jungle, and it's not going to be so centralized. And when it's more jungle-ish, it's going to be, you know, decentralized. It's going to be chaotic, and you know, there's going to be an unknown that emerges. There'll be emergent behaviors that take place on what will be implemented, what will be not. So I don't think that AI is going to be centralized. I think AI is going to be decentralized, and it's going to be hard because it's decentralized. It's going to be hard to really understand the emergent behavior at the societal level. But I do think that you're going to have powerful actors that will try to suppress knowledge that starts to be generated through these AI systems. Now, how do you fight that? You know, I had this concept, you know, maybe about 2 years ago. I think I did a video on it. I talked tangentially about AI fighting AI, where you have, you know, one group of people using AI to try to suppress freedoms, and you have another group of people that are using AI to free the nation. Now the question is, at the 50,000 foot level, does mankind need kind of like almost this self-induced destruction and rebirth to allow society to move forward? That the weight of the previous history, the weight of the previous epoch is too heavy, too laden with burdens, that it has to kind of be purged, and something new comes out of it, and then you have a flourishing society. You know, all societies seem to collapse, and then they get and then there's some sort of rebirth that takes place, and that arc is usually around a 400-year arc. So I don't think that AI is going to change that normal arc of growth, you know, stagnation, decline, and destruction, and then rebirth. The question is maybe instead of 400 years, it's probably going to be much quicker. These cycles will be quicker. Now, how much quicker? I'm not sure. But part of the cycles, there was this author, I think his name was, I don't think it's Penrose, but it's something similar to Penrose. He has a Ph.D. and he wrote books. He wrote a book or a series of books called Biohistory. He's from Australia, I think. And he makes the association between the history of a society and the stress in utero of certain generations. And that when a society is complacent, there's not much stress, then the generation that's born from that lack of stress in utero, that society usually is not warlike. They're not tough, and they seem to that's the beginnings of the decline of the society. Versus women that have stress during their pregnancy, so they have in utero stress. Those stress hormones are affecting the child in utero. So when that child's born, that generation's born, they're more willing to fight. So there needs to be a stressor. So he wrote in Biohistory this idea that stress hormones are associated with the rise and fall of societies. So I don't know if that speeds it up because of AI, because how are you really speeding up the biological arc of society? Unless these pulses of stress are at a higher frequency compared to previous epochs of the rise and fall of civilizations. But I don't know. Those are the things that pop in my mind from the two questions that you had.
And my last thinking is that if you have AI fighting AI, and if these AIs, I think at the end, I think there's some level of protecting. I keep going back to this freedom of choice that we have. That there's some level of security there, because for the most part, I think we've given up our I would say our personal information, these centralized structures like the Meta and so forth, for free, so that we get free stuff by giving up our personal information. So if the new technology comes along that can preserve our personal information and protect it, but then you have the AIs trying to break into it, sort of to break into it to get after that information. So you have AIs in this cybersecurity space, like fighting one another all the time. In the future, is there truly anything that's secure?
I don't think so, because I think that over time we're going to have hyper surveillance, not hypo surveillance. So we're going to, as these systems come online, everything about ourselves is going to be surveilled, and then you're going to have security systems that are trying to protect your data, your silicon footprint. But what will happen is that you're going to have nefarious actors trying to break into that security system that AI created. I'll call it the good AI. The good AI is trying to protect you and make sure that you don't do something that kills you or whatever. All right, and it has all this data about you, and it's protecting you, and it creates maybe an encryption, every 10 seconds or whatever. All right, and then you have nefarious actors that have AIs that are trying to break into that encryption to get your information. So that's one example of AI fighting AI. But I think that there's going to be hyper surveillance in a society, and then the question is will the society say, you know what, I don't want this hyper surveillance anymore, and they actually destroy the system? That the humans destroy the system. Now, do we really need? Here's a small kind of example of it. Do we really need Facebook? I mean, it seems to me that my generation is kind of plugging out of Facebook now. I don't see that many people using it that much. But that could be just a generational thing, or maybe just my own cohorts. But you can plug out of these social systems, just like people stop using MySpace or people stop using AOL. People will stop using these social systems. So there's going to be a day where people are going to stop using X. Right now, it's very popular, but every single social system that I have seen since the dawn of the internet was popular and then died. Genie was an internet BBS communication, right? That died. CompuWare, that was another one that died. AOL, that was very popular, that died. So why do we assume that X is still going to be around, or some of these other social systems? So we can project this to AI. Why do we assume that our usage of AI is going to be forever into perpetuity? It could be that we get bored with it, or we get upset with it and we destroy it. And if we aren't using it anymore, either through destruction or just boredom, then the relevance in our society becomes naught. So we do have the free will by just plugging out. I mean, it's really as simple as, do you want to be plugged into the matrix, or do you want to be plugged out of the matrix?
Yeah, in that case, it seems like it's all coming to a head right now, at least as we're looking at this new monetary system. And the trust in money transactions is going to be fundamental to freedom. And
there's going to be biometric data that's collected to secure the transaction, and then the question is will that get hacked? And if you lose your face data, how do you get a new face? If someone steals your password or your email, you can change your email and password, but how do you change your face, right? So
right.
So I just so biometric. But you're right that through digital transactions and digital currency, that's going to need to be protected, and the trend is biometrics. But if that's broken, if that's happening,
and the crazy thing, I think I saw a Gallup polling. They're talking about trust in institutions, and government is probably at its lowest peak right now in the world. And small companies actually have high levels, almost like small family businesses. There's a higher level of confidence in those institutions than the government. So then you're looking at, where do you put trust in the institutions as how society should be organized and governed? It looks like it's moving to sort of these small businesses, which are usually family owned, which you would hope have local feedback loops based on a certain culture.
And our founding fathers focused on the idea that governance is local. Governance works better when it's local.
So now you have these private solutions coming, which are they you're going to be, is it like the Elons of the world and the David Sachs throwing out these private cryptos or blockchain solutions as and these personal AI systems, like you're saying, it's just going to be this self-organizing, messy collective as we watch it unfold.
That's what I think is going to happen. But then you're going to have, you might have 10 versions of this thing that pops up, and then you have the leaders of 3. Usually it's, but there's going to be an emergent property that there's no way you can model this. I mean, could you have modeled 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, that X would be the way it is? I mean, that was like almost, Elon buying X was almost like a black swan. There was no way that anyone could have modeled that in their projections and financial projections. So,
and go ahead.
The
last I want to say is just the level of corruption, because I think that, to me, I keep seeing as somehow you have to get rid of these bad actors in any type of system in which we're operating. And it's when it happens, it seems to, and I think the founding fathers saw this. It just seems to continue on to a point where it becomes impossible to hide it anymore, and then it comes back to like this cycle again. And so the question is, how do you limit that cycle, recognize it more quickly, and what is the measures that you put in place? And I would think AI would have some answers to this, much like the founding fathers when they're searching through history for answers.
Well, I think that what we saw with the omnibus bill that they were trying to pass before year end is proof of what AI can do to make a citizenry more educated about what's going on in Congress. You could read these bills really quick, summarize them, and find the pork. And by finding the pork, then you can have these social networks organize quickly and target the senators and the representatives that are pushing some of these bills. So, and then they get that negative feedback, and then hopefully the pork is taken out of the bill. So I see this as a positive, the speed of AI being able to digest some of these omnibus things, and finding quick associations and connections. But it's still, the AI is just providing the information, and it's the people needing to galvanize and push back. So there's still this need for people to act.
And I think that's why I find it fascinating. And I think that, to me, there's this bell curve, much like a bell curve of IQ, a bell curve of I guess, having the habits of preserving self-rule that I think they tried to do through rituals, which we've gotten rid of in the United States. But it was almost to hardwire those habits into our condition. And over time, those rituals started to disappear, and that hardwiring left. And when you look at, say, the bell curve of, say, analytical capabilities of the populace, they began to no longer have any relationship to this idea of preserving self-rule, because the rituals are gone. Because you almost need the rituals, because
that's very interesting that you bring this up, because it falls in line with what I've been saying, that our society starts to decay if we don't have an affinity to God, country, and family. And if you don't have some sort of religious conviction in a set of rituals, as you described, then you're going to lose that connective tissue of society. So, and you can see it in real time, what you're saying in the news, where it's like, you want to be safe, right? You don't need freedoms. You want to be safe after a terrorist attack. Well, no, I'd rather have freedom. I'd rather take risks. It's okay to take risks. The chances of me dying from a terrorist attack is like very low on the probability scale, right? But it could happen. But I don't want to give away my constitutional freedoms, right? For some sort of pie in the sky safety from Chuck E. Schumer, right? So, I think you're onto something with the whole ritual thing. That a loss of the rituals of religion, and also the rituals of a society that has cohesion, like Thanksgiving. Think about what was going in the news the last few years. The ultra-lib side of the society wanted to demonize Christmas or other important holidays of the year. And it's through holidays that brings families together, where they eat together. And and some of the most important memories of my mother, she's already passed away, but but some of the most important memories of my parents is during those holiday seasons. So when you stop the rituals, either religious rituals or just societal rituals, then you are no longer building that memory bank. And if you don't have that memory bank of the family, then you start to fall into the trap that family doesn't matter. So, and then the family is the cornerstone of society. So if you lose the cornerstone of society, then you literally are a pawn of the regime, of the system, of the government. You are a subject. You're a subject of the monarchy.
And Paul, I think to me, I think those that say dabble in the occultism and the hidden knowledge, they've sort of understand these mechanisms of controlling the mind. And I think I keep going back to Jung for some reason. It's just this idea of this subconscious aspect of the brain that we really don't quite understand, the power of symbolism and some of these subliminal messaging that goes on in the marketing and so forth that sort of undermines, I would say, these rituals that create the symbols and the archetypes that sort of would preserve those habits. And it's like this battle that we're not seeing kind of hidden from us, that are acting on us constantly, that are part of that ritualization, that we go to church and we see these archetypes and these symbolism, and it acts on us in a way I don't think we truly quite understand yet. But I think those that do understand it can guide sort of the behavior and control these cycles when they happen.
Right. No, I'm right with you on that. The question is do you really need secret societies with the different rituals to really perpetuate the society forward, or do we just need to just reboot our affinity to religion? I think our lack of religiosity, if you want to use that as a term, is hurting society in general. But the problem is that sometimes people do things wrongfully because they are trying to follow, some sort of absolutism of their religion. You don't want one group trying to fight another group just because they think their God is more powerful or whatever than the other. But on the other side of the spectrum is kind of like this agnostic or atheism, where people have lost rituals. So I think what has happened with the secret societies is that they're almost a mezzanine, where a society has lost affinity to religion, and they're trying to get people back on the right path with some sort of religious conviction. Because if you take it if you try to use religion and to make a person a better person and make their society a better society, and not to be trying to make another group of people subservient, then the world will be a better place. But you have a group out there that to me seems as though they want to demonize religion and prevent people from having an affinity to the divine, independent of what the religion is. But there seems to be a strong push in American society to try to prevent people to have affinity, and therefore they become beholden to a property of the state. Now the question is are some of these secret societies or a cult type of rituals beneficial or not beneficial? It may be that there are two groups. There are the good occults and the bad occults. The ones that are more angelic, and then there's the ones that are more demonic. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, and Paul, the one I'd be interested in your take on George Gilder's book called Life After Google. I found this because I think it was backed by Peter Thiel, and because Peter Thiel sort of factored into Trump's administration with a lot of people in his cabinet. I think this is sort of Gilder's positing this, and of course he was a speechwriter for Reagan. This battle I feel between I think Elon and Thiel, what they're pushing against sort of this Google, I'm going to call it view of the world, or atlas, or mapping of the world. It's like these two world views that are opposed to one another, and they're sort of playing out right now in front of us. But I'd be interested in your take on that book.
I haven't read the book, so if you could give me the two groups fighting each other to get a better idea of their worldviews. Peter Thiel is fighting Google. His worldview is
Eric, I feel like Eric Schmidt. If you see them in an interview, Peter Thiel looks at him and he feels like as if Google, with their centralized approach, he's kind of everything's free. We'll take your data, and then we'll sell your data. He kind of feels that it's a socialism, hidden socialism.
Definitely. All right. So I've seen Schmidt speak on shows on Bloomberg, and he gets interviewed, and he basically saying, what, your data, you're making this kind of like social contract. You have this data out there. we take it for free, but we give you these free services. All right, which is true. All right, but he's coming from the mindset that it's going to be centralized, and that as long as you're not doing anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about. So the nanny state can, should be surveilling you. And I think that, I come from a generation that, I guess maybe focused too much on 1984, the book, but the idea is that you have to beware of the eye, watching over you, who's watching the watcher. And so I come from the standpoint that I'd rather be less safe with more constitutional freedoms and not have my life surveilled, even if I get benefits from that surveillance, than the other way around. I'd rather have less and be free than to have more with less freedom. But that could be just a Gen X thing. I don't know, because I talk to individuals that are millennials and they find that they don't really care. So to me, that's just absurd not to care about a surveillance state. But you look at the younger generation, because they don't know about CDs, they don't know about 8 tracks or 4 tracks or cassette tapes or anything, right? Everything that they're born into a world that has been under this surveillance. It's getting worse over time. But I was born, and I suspect you were born also, in a time where there wasn't surveillance like this. There was propaganda through television. For me, it starts in black and white. But the thing is that, there are many people that are being born today or in college today that don't have the same mindset as someone that was Gen X. So I'm worried, because they feel it's okay to have Big Brother. I don't feel it's okay to have Big Brother, but that's because we were told in school that Big Brother was bad. So, but we're probably going to have a big chunk of the society that starts to get into power, that maybe sees a centralized Google model as a better model, because it's almost like the younger generation is more willing to be part of the Borg in Star Trek than the older generation, because the older generation's like going, well, I kind of remember before the personal computer. I remember before, this hyper surveillance that's taking place. So I don't know how it's going to play out. Maybe as they get older and they have kids, then, maybe they will move more towards a decentralized model. But mothers have a tendency to want to protect their young, independent on constitutional freedoms. I was appalled on what happened after 9/11, on how soccer moms were willing to just give away their freedoms to make sure that Johnny and Judy is protected on the soccer field, because they thought Al Qaeda was around the corner in their suburb. So, that's my take on it.
I can read it too. One of his fundamental principles he's holding up in this book is security is the most crucial part of any system. It enables the machine to possess an initial state or ground position and gain economic traction. If security is not integral to any information technology architecture, that architecture must be replaced.
Yeah, well, that's preventing an adversary from getting the information. Because if the information is stolen, then they lose advantage in that centralized model. And that's kind of what we just saw with DeepSeek, which just happened with DeepSeek and with OpenAI. OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle were positioning themselves to be centralized with a lot of new information with new frontier models that were tied to medicine. Well, DeepSeek comes in and is saying, well, perhaps this can be decentralized. So now they've lost their position. They've lost their competitive advantage, or they've lost their first mover advantage. But I don't like, my take with Schmidt is that he's about getting as much information on you as possible, and that anyone that questions why should you be able to amass that much information, he pushes back and says, well, as long as you're not doing anything wrong, then it's okay. But then it goes back to what the founding fathers, and this was Benjamin Franklin. That's the reason why we have the Fourth Amendment. We don't want improper search and seizure, right? Now, if you are a society that sees that the government is getting to the point where it is eroding your civil liberties and it's not beholden to we the people, and we the people want to do something against the government, you can't have a hyper-surveilled society for the people to rise up. It prevents the people from rising up. So the Fourth Amendment, in its implicitness, is a backdoor for a revolution. It allows for a revolution because that's where they were hiding contraband, right? If there wasn't, that was how individuals can go, okay, if the government is out of control, then there is this potential for a reboot. But if you have a hyper-surveilled society, then it's just eroding your constitutional freedoms decade after decade after decade. And you do not have any means of rising up because they have eroded the Fourth Amendment. They have eroded your First Amendment. They eroded your Second Amendment. Then what does the society do? So, but Schmidt would go, well, as long as you're not doing anything wrong. Well, what happens when the government is eroding your constitutional freedoms? There has to be some sort of feedback loop by the society to fight the government. So you can't have hyper-surveillance. I mean, hyper-surveillance will prevent a revolution. Just look at what's happening in China. It prevents a revolution. Hyper-surveillance and hyper-centralization prevents a society from using DeepSeek to investigate what exactly happened during Tiananmen Square. I mean, I had an intern, when I was running my department over at Catholic Charities in the finance department. I had an intern that was from China, that was getting educated. I think it was through Columbia University in the finance department for her undergrad degree. And I asked her, she was young. Now her mother was my age. All right. So she's, relatively young. And I asked her, my intern, about Tiananmen Square. She had no idea what I was talking about. None. Zero. And she was shocked when she was able to Google it in the United States, what actually happened in the 80s. She had no idea. None. So this is the problem with Schmidt's model. To the extreme, you are suppressing information. To the extreme, you're preventing the society from being free. I view Schmidt as evil. And he made a ton of money doing it. He made a ton of money setting this thing up.
I think when I saw him working with Henry Kissinger, I think the last two books I think he wrote with Kissinger was a red flag for him.
So wait, see, he helped write. He helped write.
He wrote two books with Kissinger on AI.
I didn't know that. I think the last book I read by Kissinger was World Order.
I think I've seen papers because he was working on, I think, some type of arms committee, but they were looking at China as their next greatest threat and trying to see what systems they were adopting that were allowing them to advance more quickly. And I think he was even giving out accolades to their social credit scoring systems, it means to move ahead more quickly.
Yeah. So you really think that social scoring is going to work well in the United States, especially under the rubric of the Constitution? I don't think so. Social scoring is terrible. I mean, think about it. If you have social scoring, if you go against the system, then they have means to shut you off for commerce. They shouldn't have that right. I mean, look at what Freelander did in Canada during the Trump protesting that was going on 2-3 years ago. Social scoring is a terrible thing for constitutional freedoms. I'm totally against it. Totally against it. But I find it so rich that it's amazing how these techies coming from Silicon Valley, they're embedding themselves in foreign policy and domestic policy, have made a ton of money and are pushing for a centralized system. Now they're going to go, well, this is happening in China, so we have to find some ways to compete. Well, do we really need a social score? I mean, what's sad is that Americans are letting this happen. We should not allow this to happen. But just look at places like New York. It's hyper surveilled. I mean, you got cameras all over the place, but yet you don't have a police force that's really curtailing crime. So I don't know. I'm against centralized systems like this and social scoring. I just don't think I don't think it's in the true vein of the Constitution.
And I think I'd be interested in your take on it, because he has what he describes what's called the cryptocosm. And usually George Gilder creates these new words to sort of define these next phases and so forth. So he actually has 10 laws that he thinks would underpin this idea of a new security structure that would govern these decentralized informational systems, which he calls the cryptocosm. And he actually mentions them, which basically centralization is not good. And he has basically it's all about decentralization, and then what it has also anyway private keys. It seems to be he was pointing at blockchain during this book as
See, the problem that I have with blockchain, in theory, blockchain can protect data. It also can be used as a metadata on data to track it. So it's like, something discovered in science. It could be used for good or bad. Unfortunately, if blockchain is used at the governmental level, it's going to be sold as a means to protect your information, but yet it's going to be used as a tracking device on your movements. So this adds to the social score. So blockchain and Bitcoin was the biggest wool over everyone's eyes in maybe modern history. All right, because they say, oh, Bitcoin or crypto is going to be a way to circumvent the central bank. That's how it was sold. All right, and this is so you can do activities and you can circumvent the central bank, and it's protected through this blockchain, and you build that out. All right, well, you can just reverse the blockchain in such a way where it's now track and trace. Well, you add in social scoring, the way if you buy eggs too many times during the week, your social score just went down, so you can't buy meat on Fridays. Right? That's where this is going. So there, I've never been really a proponent of crypto or blockchain, because I see the negative externalities of it. A lot of people just focus on the positive externalities of it. But like any technology can be used for good or bad. But the way I see this is crypto sets up, and blockchain specifically, sets up the backbone for digital currency and ushering in a metadata on your transactions so the government can control you. So if Bitcoin wasn't invented, if it didn't come out and it wasn't adopted, then the chances of the Federal Reserve going a digital currency with track and trace through some type of blockchain with a metadata tied to it, we wouldn't be talking about potentially decashing the society. So crypto and blockchain ushered in the centralization problem, even though it was spun as a decentralized platform. And that's the reason. Now, can people make money on crypto? Yes. Did I make money in crypto? Yes. But the thing is that for society, the way it's being spun, that's not how it's going to be used. Digital currency is a track and trace mechanism for a top-down government. There's no doubt in my mind on that. And there's a lot of people out there that just bought into it and just, they just keep on thinking, oh, it's going to circumvent the Federal Reserve. Really? The Federal Reserve literally creates wars. I'm sure they'll find a way to stop the crypto bros from circumventing the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is way too powerful. And I think that they should lose power, but they're not going to give up power. The crypto bros think that the Federal Reserve is going to give up power. Now the thing is can people make money on it, on the flow of funds going into these currencies? Yeah, people can make money on it. But it's a digital commodity with volatility. But it's very dangerous as a modality for track and trace of a society. And but a lot of crypto bros won't talk about that. What about the negative externalities of crypto? What are the negative externalities of blockchain? That's what people need to be talking about.
What do you see as the answer? Do you see something emerging right now, solution to this?
No, there is. It's only going to get worse, Don. I mean, it's only going to get worse because people are adopting it. You got the Trump administration that's adopting it. We are going to see the implementation of digital currency using blockchain and transacting through blockchain, and it's quote protected, but it has metadata where the government is able to track and trace you. And that is one of the linchpins for being able to have a social score that has teeth. And we all bought in it. We had a society that was willing to let it happen. We just had a society that just, oh, that's a great idea. It's the same problem that we had with the bioweapons. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's just do all this the gain of function research. Find these discoveries. And oh, by the way, there's a dual purpose that has military application, and it gets leaked on purpose or on accident, and then we have a huge problem. And no one's fighting it. No one's fighting to stop it. And the gain of function keeps on going and going and going. Supposedly, I think that there was some sort of executive order that gain of function research was supposed to be halted, but it's still going to happen. That's probably at the federal funded level. It's still going to happen. You think the Department of Defense is stopping gain of function research in biologics? Hell no. That's not. I mean, they're not going to stop that. Because you got an adversary that's doing the same thing. So now it's an escalation. Not only do you have an escalation in biowarfare and chemical warfare, you have escalation in AI. So we have a society that is not, you have a large part of the society that's not willing to push back. Because it's about bread and circus, Don. I mean, people are saying, I can make money in crypto. It's so great an idea. But that's the Trojan horse. That's the Trojan horse into the society. There's no reason to have crypto as a usable currency. Why can't you use monopoly money? It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Oh, there's some algorithm. It's scientific. it's tied to generating energy and then putting it into some algorithm to create a coin. No, it's magic. It's all it is a nut underneath a cup, and you're just moving it around by a magician. It's going to make the society worse, not better. But people will make money on it. You're going to see lots of people making money on a virtual bogus asset. And then the disparity between the haves and have-nots increase even more. Are you familiar with this? Was it Andrew Tate? Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, I follow him once in a while to see what he's done.
All right. Now, would you say that he's a paragon of virtue?
I would say no.
All right, and he's kind of a crypto bro, right? He falls in that whole crypto bro thing. Do you really think that people like him should get wealthy and have Ferraris and have Lamborghinis and have all these niceties in life? All right, while other people are struggling to put food on the table. It's creating a disparity of income on a fake asset. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And at a religious level, it's just flat out wrong. And then think about it. They're actually spending the way it is right now. You need these large servers, and maybe that will change with AI. Who knows? But you need these large servers to mine the coins now. Now, back in the day, in 2010 or 2011, you could do this on your desktop. But now you need these server farms to mine a coin. All right? It's using lots of energy. Now, should we be wasting that energy in making a virtual bogus asset so people like Andrew Tate get rich? Or should we be using that energy for real purposes that help society? That's where this is what's happening in societies, is that we're confused. There's a confusion going on. There is an entanglement of good and evil, and people are confused on what to do. I would think that using hydrocarbons to help the society be more productive, building infrastructure, building homes, making making products that people use in the real world, then using that energy and minting a virtual asset that only a very select few people are going to get ultra wealthy on. I mean, most crypto bros that are like the small fry, right? That are doing playing on Coinbase in and out. They are literally justifying the uber wealth of the Facebook twins, because they have a big position large position in Bitcoin. I forgot the name of the family.
Winklevoss.
Yeah. So they could potentially be trillionaires. Do you really think that someone should be a trillionaire? I don't think someone should be a trillionaire, because the problem with a trillionaire is the amount of money and power and influence that they have compared to the average person.
I think to your point, Paul, I think that in this book, he's making the statement that wealth is knowledge, that everything's, that is true. True wealth is knowledge. And really the currency we're talking about is time. So the question is, in the case of a trillionaire, what knowledge have they given to society allow it to advance?
Right, exactly. So, the point I'm making is that can people make money trading a virtual commodity? Yes. And it's already being adopted in finance using ETFs and wrappers and all this stuff, where it's being implemented into portfolios now through the investment policy statement, but in small quantities because of the high volatility. But when it's more adopted, then what's going to happen under the Trump administration, I believe, is that Congress, because there's so many people in Congress that have positioned themselves in Bitcoin, in Coinbase, or mining companies, that what they're going to do is write a bill that actually says to the Federal Reserve, an asset that you can purchase from the banks, if there is a need to stabilize markets, some of those assets can be Bitcoin. And now Bitcoin has now become a reserve asset on the balance sheet at the Federal Reserve. And when that happens, boom, that means that the Fed has created a put on the market for Bitcoin, and the Winkle brothers, or whatever the hell they're called, end up becoming trillionaires. And guess who? You're not going to make a ton of money on that. I'm not going to make a ton of money on that, but they will. And not only that, so will Ted Cruz. Now, I think there is a problem with it. I think there's a serious problem with this.
I think your point, I think Catherine Austin Fitts is talking about this. It's going to be a bailout for the ultra wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
And she's describing, I think what's happening, at least in a state level, we see some states starting to allow silver and gold to be legal tender. And it looks like it's almost, they're setting up the possibility that the states could start issuing their own currency as a means.
That's crazy, because that's going back to the Constitution. That's going back to the Continental Congress, and the different colonies had their own currency, and there was inflation was out of control, and they had to centralize it. So having states create their own currency is not the way to go. I mean, our history has already proven that. So
I think it was just a means as to create a way out of a pushed federal CBD system, that the states could in fact have an alternative in the.
If the states have their own currency, their own cryptocurrency, or own digital currency, then you no longer have a federal government. You have now fractured the federal government. So now we are back to where we were in 1780, 1770. That's not where we want to go. What we want is a strong federal government with constitutional rights at the state level and less power by the Federal Reserve. Not more power by the Federal Reserve. But that's going too far on the other side of the spectrum. We're not. If you have states creating their own currency, then what you've now created is a fractured government. Let's say you're selling goods across the country. What currency are you transacting in? If I'm selling goods from New York to California, am I getting a California coin? Am I getting a New York coin? There's going to be fluctuation within the prices of that based on supply and demand and all this. It would hurt commerce, not help commerce.
Might you see the Treasury taking back issuing currency directly from the Treasury and not have to go through the debt-based system of the Federal Reserve?
Wait, say that again.
Might you see the possibility of Trump taking back the issuing of currency directly from the Treasury, like we would have done before the Federal Reserve was set up?
Honestly, I hope he does. I hope that we go back to an age where the Federal Reserve becomes less powerful. Now, you can't do it all at once, right? Because too much of the financial market has been supported by the Federal Reserve. But what I would like to see is a drawdown on the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve and less reliance. And if we can abolish the Federal Reserve, that would be great. But the currency should not be created, the monetary base should not be created by the Federal Reserve anymore. And it should go to the Treasury. But that also means that we got to have tariffs on goods. And this may be what Trump's thinking down the road here. We need to have tariffs on goods between countries. We need to lower, if not abolish, our federal income tax. And so when you start doing these things and you're reducing the wasteful spending by government through Doge trying to make it more efficient, you may open up a window to reducing the power of the Federal Reserve to the point that maybe in another administration that's not Trump's, that there would be an abolishment. But I'm for the Federal Reserve to be abolished because I think that they've caused more harm than good. I think the Federal Reserve, in terms of creating havoc in the financial markets, even though they also come in and bail out these financial markets, I think that they are a major root cause of financial instability. Just like how the CIA is a major cause of international instability in the world. And both of them should be abolished.
I think one of the interesting insights I had was I followed this guy, Mark Armstrong, for a little while, and he was talking about, during the with the hyperinflation, when you had Volcker put in high interest rates. He makes the opposite case. It was disastrous because the largest borrower at that point in time was the government. So all it did was increase the government debt. And he made it all.
The government, first of all, the U.S. government has never been in hyperinflation other than during the early days of the forming of the country. Hyperinflation. We've had inflation, but ever since they got rid of the continental paper, the country hasn't seen hyperinflation. Now again, the term hyperinflation economically is a really important term. Volcker's time period, you're talking maybe 15%. Hyperinflation is way higher than 15%. So we modern history, the last 100 years, has not seen hyperinflation in the United States. Germany has saw hyperinflation, but we never have seen hyperinflation. We've had inflation, we've had elevated inflation, but not hyperinflation.
And the other interesting thing he mentioned was at that point in time, in order to enact interest rates, you had to get rid of the usury laws for restricting the amount the credit card companies could charge.
Right.
Which is another one of those things really.
Right. No. Here's the thing: is that the way the banks are set up, and it's tied to hold the Federal Reserve. They create the money and they have it at a low rate, so the banks will be able to borrow at the low rate. The banks don't want to give you a 2% over prime mortgage or a business loan. They'll give you a credit card and charge you 15, 20% interest on it. Annual interest. So they make more money charging the interest on the credit card, borrowing at a low rate from the Federal Reserve, than giving you a business loan so you can create a product and hire employees. So it's a scheme. It's a gigantic scheme that should be. This is written in the Bible not to do. But banks are allowed to do it for whatever reason. And, with Trump saying, well, you need to lower the interest rates to about 10%, and reduce fees. Not only that, there's friction. They're creating friction with the whole using bank cards to doing transactions. These 3% fees or whatever that are taking place, it's friction in the system. It should be less expensive, not more expensive. But it's another way for them to make a buck in the banking industry. Why? Because you have analysts that are, looking at their price, earnings per share, and they do their analytical work for JP Morgan, and they say they're going to put a buy and they're going to grow their revenues by X amount. Well, how can a bank grow faster than the economy? If banks are part of giving funds to industry or to people to purchase, and the economy grows, how is it that the bank is growing faster than the economy? When you look at the banking sector, it only happens when there is overcharging of interest, and that's their whole business model. And it's almost like banks should be a utility. Banks should be viewed as a utility that's heavily regulated. Banks are regulated, but the way they charge interest should be capped. And JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, all right? So he has a bank, he's ran it very well, but he's almost or is a billionaire on paper. because he's overcharged his customers with high interest. Now, people would say, well, he grew the business, he bought small banks, and blah, 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 blah. No, he's one of the individuals, one of the banks that has privatized gains and socialized risks. And he became a billionaire doing it. It's wrong. It's wrong. On any religious level, it's wrong.
And I, to your point, I think one of the things that I find, because I know people in the finance world, you've seen this, I'm going to say, that brain drain into those sort of productive fields, whether it's engineering, and they've moved into the areas where you can make a crap load of money, which is in these hedge funds, trading these exotic instruments, in which it's a zero-sum game, in which there's really not that much knowledge that's actually gained from this use of this brain power.
I'm telling you, some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life are investment bankers. They are highly paid sales guys that went to an Ivy League school, and some of them do get degrees in engineering. Not all of them. A lot of them are MBA types. But to your point, there are individuals that have a chemical engineering degree, which is one of the hardest engineering degrees to get. All right. And they end up not practicing in chemical engineering. They end up going to a hedge fund.
Right.
You know, and they'll make tons of money. But the thing is they know they have knowledge in their discipline in chemical engineering, but zero experience practicing it. And it's a shame. It's a shame. So we're producing engineers, to your point, we're producing engineers in this country, but there's no incentive to practice engineering. Just like we're producing lots of lawyers, there's a lot of lawyers that aren't practicing law. They're going into financial instruments and being a partner in a hedge fund or a PE or a VC. A lot of them are not practicing law. So we're producing people in professional degrees that are just going for the quick buck. So we have to destroy the incentive. But the thing is you don't want to destroy it too much, because there is an economic engine of the way, we have this capitalistic society and funding companies. But it gets to, it's way overboard. I mean, can you really justify a 15 times multiple on a company at any given moment? I mean, just rationalize that. Should the market cap of Facebook, I don't know what the market cap is, so I'm just making just some numbers up here. But let's just say, is it really justifiable that today the market cap for Facebook or Meta now is 15 or 16 times earnings? Why? Why? Because there's so much money slushing around that the Federal Reserve created. And meanwhile, a little old lady has to choose between medication and food. But JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, he's having, steak for dinner. It's wrong. The system is broken. The system is broken. Now, I'm not a socialist by any means, but I think that there needs to be some reining in on some of this Wild West stuff that's going on with capitalism. It's out of control.
And Paul, hey, thanks. I actually gotta go work on a farm chore right now, but
all right.
Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, no, thanks for calling. I appreciate you adding into the conversation. I learn stuff when you bring up the questions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thanks again, Paul.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so that was X Spaces call-in. For the ones that are watching on YouTube, please join X Spaces. You can do the call-in, ask questions, give me your opinion on certain things, right? This is supposed to be interactive. It's not me just showing videos and talking, right? The whole point is it to be interactive. So please join the X Spaces when I do these live streams. Let me continue on with the videos here. and see what's breaking in the news, if there's anything breaking now. All right. Let me go to live now and see what's playing here.
There's a number of reasons. I don't want to speculate that they did, since we're still waiting on the investigation to come out. However, if that were to be the case, it could absolutely be catastrophic. There's a number of variables that could contribute to that. A lack of situational awareness by the pilot, could have been disoriented. There's a wide variety of reasons why that could happen very easily. And in that kind of airspace, if you're just 100 feet off your altitude, it can be disastrous.
You know, one of the things we've also heard was that night goggles may have been in use the moment this happened. Most of us have not worn night goggles. What does that do to your peripheral vision, your ability to see around you?
Yeah, well, you may assume that night vision goggles are actually going to enhance your situational awareness. They can oftentimes degrade it pretty badly, depending on the conditions, the ambient lighting of the night. That looking through those night vision goggles, especially some of the antiquated gear that the military utilizes still, you're looking through a soda straw, as you say. So it's like looking through about a 10-degree little tube. And so you really have to keep your head on a swivel looking around. And oftentimes you won't see something that's there. And oftentimes just taking the night vision goggles off, you can actually see better. So that could absolutely be a factor.
And explain to folks who live here in the DC area, anybody who goes down by that river for years have seen these helicopters going up and down the Potomac River. Why the river? Why do helicopters travel over the river?
You know, I'm not a helicopter pilot, and I'm not certain they may have some VFR routes along that, or some routes that it might just be a landmark that commonly gets followed because it's easy to navigate along when navigating visually. But I couldn't tell you for sure on that, sir.
As far as the ability of the air traffic controllers to monitor what is going on, one of the things we have learned is that there was one air traffic controller keeping an eye on both aircraft and on helicopters. Is that optimum?
You know, there's no doubt that there is a shortage of air traffic controllers currently. I think that problem has continued to exacerbate itself over the years. And I know that they're likely begging for more staff. I don't know particulars of that specific center, but I know many friends who are air traffic controllers, and there is just a demand for hiring right now because they need them so badly.
Retired Lieutenant Keegan Gill is joining us this morning. He's a former U.S. Navy pilot. We thank you for your insight and your expertise.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
And we thank our Fox 5 DC team for that coverage. In the meantime, we do have a live event that we do want to get to. This takes us out to LA County in California as officials are talking about storm preparedness. Let's head over there live and listen in.
Believe our captain can speak to any further details that have been in place.
Before I go back to the videos, please help support my work by getting the supplements, following my protocol, improve your health. These are things that I do on a daily basis to improve my health. Now, the stack that I keep on telling people about to improve their bone density and also their cardiovascular is the D3 and the K2 stack. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor, and it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. Also, D3 and K2 helps to remodel the bone and the joints, especially if you do a little bit of resistance training. It's a great way to reduce the effects of osteoarthritis. Now, D3 also helps with your cardiovascular, because by taking it with K2, you're reducing the chances of calcium depositing around a plaque formation. So take the D3, also take it with K2, all right? MK7, this will help with your bones and your cardiovascular. This is a great stack. Now, you can also take separately or with the D3, K2, the nattokinase. Nattokinase helps to break up clots, so it's fibrinolytic. And nattokinase Also brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. So you're helping your total cholesterol. So this is a great stack to help with your vascular system. D3, natokinase, and the K2, MK7 molecule. All right. So please go to my store, get this great stack. Make sure you use discount 5. I know people, are, they may not have as much money that they wish they had because of inflation and all that. I get that. So I've created this discount, number 5. It's all caps. Number 5, you get $5 off. And people would say, oh, that's not enough. I also discounted the boxes where in the anti-aging and longevity boxes that are on my store, they're packaged in such a way where it's cheaper getting a longevity box or an anti-aging box than buying the individual products. And you can use the discount 5 on top of that. So I've found different ways to create different price points and discounts so you can get healthy. All right. So please follow my lead. This stuff works. You stack it the right way. You take it on a regular basis and you're going to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use the discount 5 and get the longevity and the anti-aging boxes. Another great supplement that I take every day is the Max 35 or Max 14. You take a teaspoon a day, you swish it in your mouth, you gargle about 30 seconds, and then swallow. It helps to maintain a mucosal barrier, helps the health of the epithelial lining in your oral pharynx, and you're going to get better oral hygiene, and it neutralizes pathogens. All right? Please go to my store, get the Max 35 or the Max 14, and improve your health. It's one of the pillars of the 4-pillar system, or the core, that improves your health. Neutralize pathogens, Max 35, Max 14. The second pillar, C60, is soak up free radicals. The third pillar, bring down inflammation with turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar, boomer boost up the energy levels and increase your metabolism. All right, with that, one day ago, CNBC had a discussion about Trump's tariffs. So let's play that.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures, and with super reliable internet speeds, you're always front row to the entertainment you love. Switch to Spectrum Internet Premier.
By the way, Trump also said we'll be doing something very substantial in tariffs with the European Union. So we are seeing sharp reactions in the currency markets to a lot of these headlines: peso, Canadian dollar, as well as the euro taking a hit on the back. But what's your initial take here? We sort of knew this was going to happen. We didn't know it was going to happen in quite this way.
Oh, we didn't know.
But here we are.
We didn't know Saturday. We heard March 1. I thought March 1 was the headline this morning for Canada and Mexico. After we started to digest that yesterday, China, we've had this number out there, 10% on some levels, already been in the market and already kind of a relief. The concept of this being to reverse flow of illegal immigrants and illegal drugs is one way to get going on it. I mean, there's a lot of different rationale out there from the administration as to why these things are happening. Ultimately, it's really about a competitive balance that they believe anyone who's in deficit, we're in deficit too, should be at tariffs put on them. It's interesting to think about the currency markets, because going into this, you can make an argument that the US dollar was already strong and that there was a lot of pressure, actually potentially on multinationals in this country because of the stronger dollar. We started to hear about that in earnings season. When I hear that, at least at this stage of a cycle, that doesn't really bother me as an investor for a lot of these companies. But for the European Union, which had a 25 basis point cut this week, ECB, if anything, was rumored to maybe they could build more, they will build more. I think we're breaking parity here, and I think it will be, just to be clear, I think that will be a mitigating factor on inflation. I think a stronger dollar certainly will have more buying power and be helpful. But we don't really know what the impact of all this, and it's just interesting to see how quickly tariffs have come back into the market, which closed on the lows today. But think about where we were a week ago.
Yeah, so he said that he doesn't expect the
breaking parity on the euro is going to be a big event. If that happens, that's going to be significant. Now it's trading. When they were broadcasting this, it was trading at 1.03. I believe near the end of the day, it was more like 1.04. But on Friday, but That's another, as I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, it's not just tariffs. You got to look at all these other variables, like taxes, federal income tax, but also the value of the dollar. It will fluctuate. Now, is it going to strengthen or is it going to weaken? I don't know. We'll see on Monday. But, the dollar is strong. But if, some of these currency traders are thinking breaking parity for the euro, well, that's major strength of the dollar. Now, what I remember is that when the news announcement came out on Friday that maybe the tariffs would be pushed back until March 1st, the market started to rally a little bit. And if I remember, I thought the dollar actually strengthened. I'd have to double check. And then when there was a report saying that was false information, then it reversed. But currency, I don't know. There's been a trend for the Euro USD where the USD is strengthening. It's possible that it breaks parity. It's possible. We'll see on Monday and where the direction of the trade.
Not to affect inflation. I'll just make this point. We just got this GDP number at 2.3%. This is after 2 consecutive 3% GDP prints, quarterly. And so the economy was kind of limping into the end of the year. I think expectations were higher than that for Q4. So one of the things we can be fairly certain of is
I think that bonds will go up, and then because bonds are going up, the dollar will go up. I think that's probably the direction of the trade on Monday.
Tariffs stay on some of these key industries, it is going to weaken economic demand here. It just will. And so at the end of the day, the president uses the stock market as a report card, but if the economy starts to weaken, the S&P is going to start to anticipate that.
I mean, the dollar obviously is such an important thing. The sector, of course, of the area of the market that has the biggest exposure is tech. I mean, bar none, right? So obviously the big consumer staples, the big energy names, but technology is the highest sort of exposure to a weak or strong dollar. And it's no nonsense when the S&P is doing one thing, but the tech now down on the year. You've got semis struggling, and I think a lot of it has to do with not only the great appreciation that preceded this start to the year, but the dollar.
Right. Yeah, and I think a lot of this too, people were wondering, are the tariffs just going to be negotiation tactics, or are these actually going to come on? And clearly we're seeing these are coming on. And this is why the bond markets have been pricing in inflation. I mean, whether it's tariffs, whether it's tax cuts, I mean, a lot of these are inflationary policies. And that is why markets are concerned about where inflation is going. So they're optimistic about deregulation. They are worried about inflation. Markets are kind of up and down. They're trying to figure out where that's going to go. But I would expect that's going to continue to affect the markets as this news continues to come out.
I mean, we've been thinking about oil and gas and commodities and so on in terms of the impact of tariffs. But when you think about pharmaceuticals, you think about the inputs into drugs that are manufactured here in the United States, but the inputs come from abroad. That's where you start thinking, maybe we have not yet really fully digested the impact of.
Maybe we didn't learn from the mistake in 2020. Maybe we should be making the ingredients for our pharmaceuticals locally. There's a gigantic pharmaceutical industry in New Jersey. If you make these chemicals locally, you're going to have more jobs, and you won't have to worry about supply chain disruption. I mean, we didn't learn anything from the crisis. We don't have redundancy in our supply chain. Why do we have our precursors from China? And we don't even know the true quality of those precursors. I mean, shit. Meanwhile, we have these companies. We have these companies and universities like MIT that's great in terms of chemistry and chemical engineering. MIT was started on chemistry and chemical engineering. You know what? But we gotta buy our precursors from China or some other country. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where is the incentive in the United States to make stuff? All kinds of stuff. Bolts, nuts, carburetors, well, we don't have carburetors now, you know, fuel injectors, you know, transmissions, precursors for pharmaceuticals. Why do we have to go to China for this crap? But you know why? Because people are doom scrolling and getting dumber by watching TikTok.
And the ripple effects that can have across several different industries.
Well, and that's it. And we hadn't really heard a whole lot about the impact for healthcare, but certainly for pharma specifically. And so that's part of where the market's uncertainty around really what's coming next, what kind of teeth will there be attached to this. And, you know, the other side of what we were hearing before we heard about starting Saturday with Canada and Mexico is that, okay, there'll be some offsets. There's going to be a lot of trading going on between the lines. That, you know, maybe the headlines will be busier than actually the reality of this. So I get back to markets, which today also had to digest a PCE number, which most people know is a big number for the Fed to fall, which came in significantly higher against all relative than expected. So to the extent that inflation is something that we're still fighting, we had a Fed this week that pretty much kind of said as much. They argued that the change in the language was really just to clean up the statement a little bit. But the reality is inflation is still an issue here. And markets, especially the part of the market Carter's referring to the tech world, I mean, let's be clear, mega cap tech should be the most insulated from inflation here. And that is what seems to be struggling.
Okay, that was CNBC from a day ago. I want to go to Al Jazeera. They're talking about California at the moment. I'm not sure what about.
Same in jobs like meatpacking and dairy. Economists say mass deportations mean labor shortages.
It would devastate the agricultural economy in the United States.
Economists predict a steep rise in the cost of everything from vegetables to meat and milk.
Grocery stores pass nearly all the costs onto their consumers, and so shoppers would see another bout of food inflation. And you're talking about food inflation 5 or 6% annually, and so you're looking at considerable economic impacts that would be considered a recession.
Americans who voted for Donald Trump, hoping he'd bring down the price of groceries, could soon be in for a big shock. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera, Taft, California.
Dozens of migrants detained in a sign.
There's a book that I listened to in audio book form. It was called Barron's. And it's talking about the food industry. I actually saw the author promote his book at the Harvard Club months ago. It's a great book, but basically the thesis was you got to focus on the conglomerates. They are the ones that are rising. They are the ones that are raising the prices of food. All right. It's not the local farmer. It's these conglomerates. And they get special provisions. So a lot of this farm bill stuff, you know, according to the book, a lot of it is helping these conglomerates. So, you know, we got to really put our agricultural industry underneath the microscope, because I think that there are some, unfortunately, some bad things are happening, you know, for our food supply in terms of quality and also in terms of price because of these conglomerates. Yeah, so I don't know. A lot of bad things are happening in the world, I guess. All right, let's see. Let's drop into the transportation secretary. Duffy is discussing FAA safety.
If it's your pilots or if it's your air traffic controllers, you want the best. You want the brightest protecting yourself and your family. That's what we're going to do at the department for every air traveler, getting in the great students to make sure our skies are safe.
Yeah, and at this point, as you mentioned, we're very early on, so we don't know if any of that had an impact on either of these situations. We'll talk about Philadelphia too. But Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, a Democrat out of Virginia, said, talking about that right now, she says it's irresponsible to blame anything or anyone right now that does a disservice to the lives that were lost. Has this conversation about DEI become a distraction in the middle of this whole thing?
So, Shannon, the mission of DOT and FAA is safety. That has been the historic mission of this agency. And over the last 4 years, when they're having a conversation in the last administration about changing names from cockpit to flight deck, or notice to airmen to notice to air mission because it's too gender specific. They're focused on social justice and the environment, racist roads, and EVs. They've lost sight of the mission of this department. And so we have no place for anything other than the best and the brightest. And so when you look at what went wrong, you got to look at the people that you have in place at the DOT and the FAA and the leadership and the direction that leadership gives them. And it's been misplaced over the last 4 years. We're back on mission. We're focused on safety and having the best people delivering that safety. And I don't care your race, your religion, your sex, your sexual preference. That doesn't matter. Just the best and the brightest.
I want to play something from the NTSB. Tom Inman said this last night about the recommendations that come from that agency.
Unfortunately, at some point, all of you are going to be gone. We're still going to have the investigation open. We're going to make recommendations. We'll go to East Palestine. Anything that gets devastated. Still nothing's happened. Several hundred recommendations open for aviation. You want to do something about it? Adopt the recommendation of the NTSB. You save lives.
He sounded very frustrated. So when he says NTSB recommendations need to be adopted, who does that mean? Does that mean by Congress, other agencies? What does that mean?
So it's partnership, right? It's part of the DOT, the FAA, and it's part of Congress. And so there's a lot of recommendations there. I've talked to the NTSB. We want to put a list together of the top 10, 15 recommendations that they've made, focus on them, and start to implement them. But Shannon, our air traffic control system, a lot of the technology dates back to World War II. We developed the best technology in this country, and other people use it, but we don't implement it here. So we have to have a conversation with Congress, get their best minds, their best resources to come up
I
with.
remember, I think I read this, or maybe I heard it in a documentary, but it was, I'm pretty sure that it was MIT that was tied to radar development. I think it was MIT that was tied to that development. But, you know, I don't know. Everything seems to be falling out of the sky lately. What the hell is happening?
Upgrade the American system. It'll make it more efficient. It'll make it safer. If I hear Donald Trump talk about this once, he's talked about it 10 times. The air traffic control system doesn't work in America as effectively as other places in the world. Let's upgrade it. We should be the best. And so, again, I need Congress's help on that one. But there's other recommendations that I'm going to work with the NTSB to categorize them as the most important to least important and start to implement.
Well, as a member of Congress, you know it can be a heavy lift to get things done over there. Former member, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and wish you all the best in the challenges of this new job.
Thanks, Shannon.
Well, he has a lot.
And we thank
He
Fox
has a
News
lot of
Sunday
challenges.
that interview with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, continuing to follow another major.
I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment.
Oh, this is a
I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know.
That's a rerun of Trudeau last night. Playing. What? United Airlines plane catches fire at Houston airport?
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing the taxes yourself 100% free if you didn't file with us last year.
We are following some breaking news out of Houston, Texas, after a United airplane caught fire at Bush's airport right there. It did have to be evacuated. So far, no reports of any injuries, but I did want to share some video that's coming into our studio. Take a listen.
They're on the tarmac.
All right, so that was some video right there that we did want to share with you from our Fox 26 Houston. Meanwhile, you are taking a live look at Houston, Texas right now. I did want to share some more information about the flight from Houston to New York that did have to be evacuated after it caught fire during takeoff. That's according to the FAA. And the very latest is that the FAA says the crew of United Airlines Flight 1382 had to stop their takeoff from George Bush Intercontinental Airport because of a reported engine issue. That happened at around 8:35 a.m. local time this morning. We shared video acquired by Fox 26 Houston with you, showing that the wing of the plane caught on fire. And in that video, you heard a flight attendant asking for passengers to stay in their seats. One of those passengers pushing back, saying, "It's on fire." Now, some passengers did have to use the emergency slide to get off the plane. That's according to the Houston Fire Department. No injuries were reported, and the FAA currently investigating the situation. I also wanted to share this with you. This is a statement from the spokesperson of the FAA on this incident, saying, quote, "The crew of United Airlines Flight 1382 safely aborted its takeoff from the George Bush Intercontinental Houston Airport in Texas due to a reported engine issue at around 8:35 a.m. local time on Sunday. Passengers deplaned on the runway and were bused to the terminal. The Airbus A319 was flying to LaGuardia Airport in New York. The FAA will investigate, contact the airline for additional information." So some breaking news coming into our live now from Fox Studios right here as we are taking a live look of Houston, Texas, after a United plane caught fire at the airport. One of the wings apparently caught fire. Everyone on board evacuated and no reported injuries at this time. Any new information, we of course will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Now the question is what is going on with all these planes?
I always wanted to know.
What's going on with all these planes and all, falling out of the sky, crashing and everything else. And I also saw a feed. I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw a feed that on my X feed, that the helicopter pilot, Rebecca, forgot the last name, her father works for Duke University and somehow some way tied to the wonderful pathogen of 2020. Now I don't know if that's true or not. I don't really care anymore because I hate covering the subject matter. But if that is true, what's the probability of that? Plus she somehow worked in the Biden administration, so it's something weird about Rebecca and the helicopter pilot. But I don't know. But something's definitely happening with our FAA and the quality of our airplanes and what's going on. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get Myotrol. Myotrol is really important to maintain muscle and to increase muscle. If you're younger and you're an athlete, take Myotrol. You're going to get strength gains. You're going to build muscle mass. This works really well if you couple it with Gladiator barley, all right, to really get that strength gain. But taking Myotrol on a regular basis with resistance training, you will gain muscle, and it will also improve your mitochondrial health. You need lots of ATP to help maintain muscle. Now, for ones that are older, guess what? You're atrophying. You're losing muscle mass. You're losing energy levels. You want to boost those energy levels up. You want to do the resistance training and take the supplementation that will allow you to maintain and build muscle. So please go to my store, get the Myotrol, build muscle. It's really important. And again, if you're an athlete, use that as a supplement for strength gains. C60, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration in avocado, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. I take C60 every day. I take a teaspoon a day. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It'll soak up free radicals And by soaking up free radicals, you're going to reduce the stress on the cell and in the tissue. And what that will do is it'll allow your tissues and your cells to perform better. Your mitochondria in those cells are going to produce more ATP because they'll be healthier. When you have more ATP, you're going to have more energy for your immune system and your other bodily systems. You also need lots of ATP and healthy mitochondria for your neurons. So this is also going to help with the health of your neurons, and it will allow those neurotransmitters to be created and to be released. And when you have more neurotransmitters released, and there's more communication between your pre and postsynaptic cells, what will happen is you'll have positive neuroplasticity. That means that you're going to have more dendritic connections, and you're going to be able to think faster, and you're going to be able to have better memory. Really important. All right? But it's about more energy levels and bringing down free radicals. In addition, C60, because it soaks up free radicals, you're going to reduce the chances of building a plaque, because it's the free radicals that are floating around in your bloodstream near inflammatory regions in your vascular system that leads to plaque formation, because it's oxidized LDL. That means free radicals oxidizing LDL that leads to plaque. So if you soak up those free radicals and you bring down those LDL levels, guess what? You don't build up plaque. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. I take this every day. And what you're going to notice in a very short amount of time, you're going to have a lot more energy. You're going to be soaking up those free radicals. And you're going to slow down the aging process, and your immune system is going to get better too. And your endocrine system. And lastly, detoxify your body. Start with filtering your water and eating better. All right? Stop eating the crappy food. Stay away from processed foods. Filter your water and take zeolite. Zeolite will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals from your body, including forever chemicals. So now there's two ways to take this. You can take it year-round as a maintenance, or once or twice a year is like a detox protocol. For the ones that want to take it every day, take 2 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day throughout the year. And you're detoxifying your body. What happens is the zeolite molecule will attach to the toxin and you urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours. Or you can take about 4 or 5 small drops underneath your tongue and drink the filtered water each day, and do that until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. It's up to you, but maintenance is better than just doing this periodic detox. But zeolite works. Get the chemicals, the toxins out of your body. Please go to my store and get the zeolite. It's a very high quality product, like all my products. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right. Let's go to Rubio. He's talking with U.S. Embassy employees, I think.
The opportunity. And I want to go to a place where we have this great staff, and then obviously we have great staff everywhere. So you got to go to Panama City. So here we are, and we're happy to be with you guys. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank those who keep us safe, whether it's diplomatic security, obviously our Marines, who do an excellent job. Everyone who comes down and supports us and keeps us safe and allows us to do the work we do on a daily basis. I want to thank the extended families. You know, when you serve abroad and in these missions, some of you have been in multiple places where perhaps you're not able to bring your families, but this is one where you can, and this is an incredible experience for them. And I think what's most important, and I always want to point out too, is for a lot of people around the world, maybe a lot of people in Panama, you're the first thing they know about America and how we treat them and how we interact with them. You are the face of the United States. You are the voice of the United States in so many ways, and that is so critical to our country. And everywhere we go in the world, we hear what a positive relationship we have because of that. I also want to thank our locally employed staff. These are men and women who are from here for work for us. We have any here today? ¿Alguien aquí de Panamá que trabaja con nosotros?
Anyone here from Panama who works with us?
But it would be impossible for us to do the work we did without you. Sería imposible trabajar sin
It would be impossible to work without you.
Whatever, there's a rumor, I don't know if this is true, that we have 2 people, I don't know if they're here today, it's Sunday, I'm sorry to bring you guys on a Sunday. But at least it's not Super Bowl Sunday, so. And there's some people here that I've told have been with us for 50 years. 50 years. Where?
You're Mabel, 50 years. 53. 56. I'm only 53 years old.
You know, she was here before I was born. And so, muchísimas gracias, beloved.
Thanks very much for what you do, and thank you for everything. Anyone else? Mirta. How many years, Mirta? 53 as well. Did you start the same day? What month did you start here? But you were a girl, you were 4 years old when you started? May? March. I was born in May.
All right, so I'm going to go to Fetterman on. John Fetterman is talking about migrant criminals. So this was on Fox News, so let's play that. Actually, you know what's amazing with Fetterman, even though he's a Democrat, and he's a bad dresser. You know, he should dress in a suit, on the floor of the Senate. But he's a moderate, actually. He's ended up being a moderate, which surprised me. I'm actually pleasantly surprised about John Fetterman.
The Senate has already confirmed 8 of President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees. We expect the Senate to continue quickly confirming the remainder of President Trump's well-qualified nominees in the days ahead.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt feeling optimistic about the rest of President Trump's cabinet nominees making it through the Senate, but the toughest are still to come, and our next guest may hold one of the key votes. Joining us now, Senator John Fetterman. Welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
How are you?
Okay, I'm great. Let's start with RFK Jr. He's been through his hearing. This is what the Washington Post says. His confirmation hearings were even worse than expected. The HHS nominee's answers to senators' questions were absurd and dangerous. Now, I know that you've had multiple conversations with him. Where are you this morning?
I have. I've invested a lot of time to really understand his background and to learn more about the man. And I've sat down with him twice in my office to have a conversation. So whatever the vote comes down on, that's going to come. It's going to come an informed view. And I approached with an open mind, and I watched the hearing, and that's how the process works.
So have you made a decision?
I've been following it, and I talked to my colleagues on both sides, and I said this on the record. It's like, it's been challenging for sure. Absolutely. It's certainly not a slam dunk for the nomination.
Will you reveal your vote before you get to the floor, or is this going to be like a game time decision for you?
No. I mean, it's like, you mean right before I stick my thumb in the door? It's just part of an ongoing. It's part of the ongoing dialogue on where we are at this. But I made an investment to really understand and talk to all of the nominees, and I treated everyone with respect, and I took the time to listen. Okay. And that's been my commitment.
Okay, so you've also met with Kash Patel. He's been tapped to lead the FBI. There are reports that after your conversation, you said he assured you he would not go after a so-called enemies list. Have you made a decision on him?
Well, and again, that's part of the own process too. I believe I'm the only Democrat, or maybe one of the only few, that have actually met with all of them. And again, I've approached all of them with, again, that open mind to have a conversation. And I don't trust, and certainly not, many of the things that were written or said about me weren't true. So I assume the same might be them as well too. So I've maintained an dialogue to really understand, and I've watched these hearings, and that's part of, if our job is to consent, and that is part of the process. And there are some along, out of all of them, I have voted for them. And there's some that I won't vote for them. But it's going to be about an open process that I've maintained throughout the entire time.
And I know that includes meeting with Tulsi Gabbard as well. I mean, she's got concerns from both sides of the aisle. Could you tell us more about your conversations with her and if you've landed on a decision regarding her?
No, it's, again, I just really pretty much the exact same as the two that you just brought up.
Okay, now you have, as you noted, voted for some of President Trump's nominees in this process, and you were one of the only Democrats to vote for the Laken-Riley Act. We saw you as part of the signing ceremony for that with your family, with President Trump this week. Now, there's been some blowback from the left about voting for that act, about the ICE raids that are going on now across the country. Want to get your reaction to some local officials who say either they're not going to cooperate, they're going to actively block these, or in some cases, they're just going to give people advice on how to avoid the raids. Here are some local officials reacting in the last few days.
Well, police officers will not be cooperating with federal law enforcement.
What?
Around federal immigration law.
Being a welcoming city just simply states that our local police department will not behave as federal agents. We have a sanctuary.
So let me get this straight. You got mayors, you got city officials, maybe even at the state level, not willing to work with the federal government to get rid of illegal aliens that have a criminal record that is disrupting the local community. I mean, we got a big problem in New York with this. All right. You know what? I think that they need to fall in line. I think these local municipalities need to fall in line and follow the law. But what happens is that now it's starting to become, let's make it a free-for-all. Let's try to create, emotional fallacy, get it on CNN, try to demonize Trump, and then we'll have lots of pictures and lots of video and clips so they can replay and replay and replay during the midterm election in 2026. That's the game plan that they're playing here.
SB 54 that generally prohibits our police department from participating in immigration enforcement.
So what obligations do or don't you think local officials have with respect to the feds and these deportations?
I hope every local official would agree that anyone here, any of the migrants that are here with criminal backgrounds or engaging in criminal behavior, I think they should support that. Now, if ICE comes to round them up, I hope they would provide that kind of support. I certainly would never support terrorizing otherwise innocent migrants in those kinds of situations, or kicking in a door at a school. But I think we can all agree that every migrant here with a criminal background or engaging in criminal behavior should all need to go.
Okay, so you also were the only Democrat vote in trying to move together a measure pushing back against the ICC. Specifically, it seems for their decision to go after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, among others. This illegitimate court counteraction act was supposed to impose sanctions with respect to the ICC, engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies. Why do you think you were the only Democrat to vote on moving that forward procedurally?
Well, and I said that on social media, that I was incredibly disappointed. I absolutely disagree with that. I can't really understand why my party hasn't joined me in voting to sanction the ICC when you've equivocated the Democratic leader of our special ally with the rapists and cowards of Hamas, especially after what you've seen, after terrorizing that poor hostage. You had hundreds and hundreds of people, the chaos, it's like, and they've equivocated that with the prime minister. It's vile. I mean, my colleague that's going to be next up on your show, we've had a long going conversation in order to sanction the ICC. And I was absolutely supportive of that, and I can't defend why my party chose not to.
So the prime minister he's on his way to Washington to have meetings here, including at the White House with President Trump. Do you think that there will be a different relationship between the U.S. and Israel with the Trump administration versus the Biden administration?
Well, there's going to be some situations where I absolutely support some of the decisions with Israel that Joe Biden made. And I'm going to agree with some of the decisions with President Trump, or I'm going to disagree with him as well. But that's why my vote and my voice is going to follow Israel through all of the situation. I'm going to disagree with either of the presidents, but I'm going to stand with Israel, just like that vote against the ICC. And I absolutely was supporting blocking the ban on the 2,000-pound bombs as well. I fully support bringing this back.
All right, Senator, we will watch for your votes on all those critical nominees, but you can always let me know if you decide to before you press that button. It's always great to see you, sir. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, well, thank you for having me.
All right, before we go to the next video, I think I'm going to play the Homeland Secretary video by NBC. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great lozenges that I have, very high quality lozenges. You can get them in elderberry zinc or in Manuka honey and lemon, or not Manuka honey. All right. Each bag has 21 lozenges. Get a couple bags for your household. Have it stored, at your desk at work or at home. Just be prepared. The moment you have that irritation, take the lozenges right away. Create the secretions, neutralize the irritant, and maintain that mucosal lining barrier to prevent, further problems, okay? Works really well even during the allergy season. So please go to my store, get a couple bags or a few bags of the Manuka honey lozenges or the elderberry zinc lozenges. Again, use discount 5. Get a few products from my store. Mix and match, stack stuff, improve your health, be prepared. Some of the stuff is to be just prepared, for something that might happen during, a particular part of the season, or, you take it every day, it's up to you. And another great product set that I have here is you can get it in the dispenser or in the tube form. And it's the structural nanosilver gel. This gel is dual purpose. It can be used as skincare, where you put it on your skin. A great way to do this is to put it on your skin at night and then exfoliate in the morning. You'll notice your skin's clearer and tighter. Another way to use this is to put it on a cut, an abrasion, a minor burn. It'll heal quicker. Why does it heal quicker? It keeps the wound clean. And you can use it during the wonderful seasons that we have throughout the year. All right. Put it around on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Way better than Perel. Perel is alcohol based and it evaporates and only stays active for less than 30 seconds. This stays active for 5.5 hours. All right. So, and Perel cracks your skin. Structural nanosilver gel heals your skin. Right? So use it as a dual purpose product. It's a great product. Just have it stored at your house. Be ready. Again, you can get it in the dispenser or in the tube form. Have it at your desk or have it at home. Just be prepared. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So let me go to the DHS secretary here on NBC News. This was published 1 hour ago.
When you can set up reliable Spectrum internet in minutes, you can feel at home in minutes.
And joining me now from the border in Del Rio, Texas, is Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Secretary Noem, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be with you today, Kristen.
Thank you so much for being here, Madam Secretary. We are going to talk about the border, the deportation plan in just a moment. I do have to start by talking about the breaking news overnight. The president officially announcing those new tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China, saying he wants those countries to do more to crack down on illegal immigration and drug trafficking. The three countries are all slamming the move. They're vowing retaliatory strikes Is the United States now in a trade war?
You know, these countries have an opportunity to get on board with the president of the United States and to partner with us to deal with illegal immigration, to take back their individuals that have been in our country illegally. We want to repatriate them home, and they can be partners. So economically, yes, they will feel pain. They will feel what this consequences are, and will be able to continue to go forward with a president who is strong, who's putting America first.
You know, let me just stress that point that I made, which is the president cites stopping the flow of fentanyl and undocumented migrants for reasons for these tariffs. And yet, Madam Secretary, Canada is not a major source of fentanyl coming into the United States. It's frankly minuscule compared to what is seized at the southern border. Why is the United States punishing Canada, one of its closest allies, more than China, where fentanyl originates?
Canada has some work to do as far as helping us secure our northern border. So we still know we're extremely vulnerable across that northern border, that we have people coming into our country from China, from foreign countries. We have people on the terrorist watch list that come in over our northern border. And in fact, what we have sent a message this week on is that we're not just going to enforce our southern border, we're going to put extra resources at that northern border as well. So Canada needs to come to the table. They need to work with us to make sure that not only can we be good neighbors, but that we can help each other's economies by getting in line and making sure that our immigration policies are followed, and that those that are dangerous criminals face consequences. The president has been very clear from the beginning that there's a new sheriff in town, that he's going to make sure he's putting Americans first, and that Canada can help us, or they can get in the way and they will face the consequences of it.
As you know, Madam Secretary, economists all across the board are warning that ultimately tariffs lead to higher prices for consumers, and that these tariffs in particular could see prices increase on food, electronics, and cars. The president himself acknowledging this morning these tariffs could cause, quote, some pain. How is this move helping President Trump fulfill his campaign promise to lower prices?
You know, you've seen the president take action already this week with Colombia, and you saw Colombia react in a very positive way that was good for everyone involved. Canada, Mexico, other countries have the opportunity to do exactly the same. So we have a strong leader. He has laid down exactly what he is going to do and what the consequences are. I encourage their leadership teams to get on board and to make sure that they're not pushing up prices. If prices go up, it's because of other people's reactions to America's laws. And that's what President Trump is doing. He is making sure that we're not picking and choosing winners and losers, that the law applies equally to everybody, American citizens. It applies to those who are here illegally, and our world leaders across the country and across the world. They can help us, or they're going to face some consequences.
Okay, so notable, you are acknowledging it is possible that prices could at least initially go up. Secretary Noem, let me shift now to the southern border where you are. Let's talk about the administration's mass deportation plans. There are a lot of questions about the announcement this week that Guantanamo Bay will be used as a detention facility for migrants. Will people held at Guantanamo have the same due process rights and access to attorneys that they have here in the United States?
Yes, due process will be followed, and having facilities at Guantanamo Bay will be an asset to us, and the fact that we'll have the capacity to continue to do there what we've always done. We've always had a presence of illegal immigrants there that have been detained. We're just building out some capacity. So we appreciate the partnership of the DoD in getting that up to the level that it needs to get to in order to facilitate this repatriation of people back to their countries. So remember that Guantanamo Bay, clearly by this president, has said that it will hold the worst of the worst, that we are going after those bad actors. This last week I was in New York City. We were going after people that had warrants out for their arrest on murders and rapes, assaults, gun purchases, drug trafficking. In fact, we had a member of TVA that was one of the ringleaders that we picked up that week had been trying to buy grenades. These are the types of individuals that we are targeting. We're removing from communities and that could end up having a stay at Guantanamo Bay before they are returned home to their countries to deal with.
Is it possible, Madam Secretary, that people could be held at Guantanamo Bay indefinitely?
That is not the plan. The plan is to have a process that we follow that's laid out in law and make sure that we're dealing with these individuals appropriately according to what the state and the national lawsuit or law directs. So we will work with Congress to make sure that we're addressing our legal immigration laws and using Guantanamo Bay appropriately. But it is an asset that we have that we fully intend to utilize.
Could women, children, and families be held there at Guantanamo?
You know, if you look at what we are doing today is targeting the worst of the worst. We've been very clear on that. The priority of this president is to go after criminal aliens that are making our streets more dangerous. After that, we have final removal orders on many individuals in this country. They are the next priority, and we'll continue to work through people that are breaking the law, that are in danger to these communities, and use the detention centers that we have set up in order to facilitate this in an orderly way.
But I guess, Madam Secretary, my question, would you rule out that women, that children, that families could be held at Guantanamo Bay? Do you rule that out?
You know, Krista, we're going to use the facilities that we have, and I think you're well aware, we have other detention facilities, other places in the country. So we will utilize what we have according to what's appropriate for the individuals that we have gone out on these targeted operations with local law enforcement and task forces to make sure that they're being brought in, they're not paroled anymore onto our streets, that we're keeping America safe, and that we're following the process for what happens when they break the law and how they are returned to their countries. I've been extremely grateful for Secretary of State Marco Rubio's work with these countries to negotiate and use diplomacy to ensure that they are going to be taking individuals back, not just from their country, but surrounding countries, so that we can immediately take action to return them far from the United States, which dramatically increases the likelihood that they're not going to come back.
Let me ask you, I've been talking to people who are here legally, and they have expressed concerns. They say they are carrying, in some cases, their documents around with them. Some of them are afraid to go to churches because ICE agents are now going into churches.
If they're here legally, they got nothing to worry about.
In schools to carry out these deportation operations. Do people who are here legally need to be carrying around paperwork? And can you guarantee that people who are here legally won't be wrongfully detained?
President, I would say that if I've heard that expressed by people that are legal citizens of the United States, it's because the media has perpetuated that fear. The media has said that that's a possibility. There's nothing from this administration, from President Trump, or from any of the law enforcement individuals in these communities that has said that they need to walk around and be concerned about that at all. The citizens of the United States are confident that finally, after 4 long years of having a president in the White House that ignored federal law and endangered their communities, that there's a different man in charge now. There's a man in charge who loves this country, is going to help make their communities safer. And these citizens that live here are thrilled. In fact, when I was in New York City earlier this week and in several cities since then, the people walking by us on the streets were thanking our officers. They were thanking these investigators and those that were taking these dangerous criminals out for being there, for making sure that they could walk their kids to school with a new confidence that they could get there safely and that they could do business and have their community back.
Secretary, now let me ask you about the news that you made overnight. DHS officially making the decision to end temporary protective status for our audience. That means applies to about 500,000 Venezuelans. They no longer have protection from deportation. These are people who were welcomed here. They did everything by the books. Why should they be subject to deportation? Just very quickly.
Well, the TPP program has been abused, and it doesn't have integrity right now. And folks from Venezuela that have come into this country are members of TDA. And remember, Venezuela purposely emptied out their prisons, emptied out their mental health facilities, and sent them to the United States of America. So we are ending that extension of that program, adding some integrity back into it. And this administration is evaluating all of our programs to make sure they truly are something that's to the benefit of the United States, so that they're not for the benefit of criminals.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, thank you so much. I know it's been a busy week. I know you've also been very engaged in the investigation into the horrific crash here. We appreciate your joining us. Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
You know, what's amazing is you have the DHS secretary wearing a cowboy hat, right? You know, and she has long hair and it's curly, right? And then you have that typical DC reporter that, you know, is condescending. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I probably say that 1,000 times, but please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's 1,001 times now. And go and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is a great product. It's the fourth pillar of the core of health, right? Protocol that I have. Neutralize pathogens is the first pillar. The second pillar is C60, soak up those free radicals. The third pillar, bring down inflammation by taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar is supercharge your metabolism and increase your energy levels. Boomer Boost is that fourth pillar, all right? This will, again, increase your energy levels and supercharge your metabolism. It will help with your cardiovascular health. It will help with brain health. It will also help with your muscles, all right? And you're gonna get lots of energy out of this. It's like a superfood. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods. Like you notice that I eat hummus every time I do a show, right? Because this is a professional show. And I mix lots of different powders with the hummus. All right, my probiotic and the lignans and the Boomer Boost, and right. So I put lots of different powders in there. So Boomer Boost is a powder. It has a big scooper. Right, you take this once a day. You take it in the morning or at lunchtime. It's a great way to lose weight if you need to lose weight. To gain a lot of energy. It's also a great way to fuel your body if you're working out as like a pre or post workout. And it stacks really well with the barley that I'll be talking about shortly. It has 68 different nutrients in here. Again, it's going to boost up your metabolism, increase energy levels, help with muscle and strength, brain function, and cardiovascular health. It has a lot of ingredients in here, all right? Some really good stuff, all right? I don't have time to go over it all with all the vitamins and minerals and amino acids and all this stuff that's in here. This is pretty powerful stuff that you should be taking every day. And what you're going to also notice is that inflammation is going to go down, and you're going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to have lots of energy, all right? Take this every day. Take it once a day, preferably for breakfast or for lunch, all right? And you will lose weight. All right, now people are talking about things cost more and all this. Guess what? I'm sure that what you eat for breakfast, right, costs more for a month, right, than this container, right? This container can be your meal for lunch or for breakfast, especially when you couple it with the heirloom barley, all right, or the gladiator barley. But the point here is that you can save money, and you're going to lose weight, and you're going to get healthy. This is really important. And again, you take this with that whole core of the different pillars that I talked about, you're really going to supercharge your health. So please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. And I created a box with an additional discount called Longevity Boost box. And you can get Boomer Boost with your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley. And that will help to detoxify your body and to build muscle. All right. And you can use discount 5 on top of that. So you get even more of a discount. So I've created different ways for you to save money and different price points so you can get healthy. I want you to get healthy in 2025. You follow my lead, you'll get healthy. All right. Now, before I start talking about the gladiator barley and the heirloom barley, they're protein powders. What I want to do is go to a video. This is from CNBC, and I don't know, some people know about this already, but the DOJ charged a senior Fed official on sharing information with the Chinese. This video was released yesterday.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and
Got breaking news on charges against a former Fed official. Steve Leeson's got the details. Steve.
Thank you, Melissa. Yes, the Justice Department just the last hour charged a former senior Federal Reserve official with conspiracy to commit economic espionage. The justice says a 63-year-old John Harold Rogers is alleged to have passed, quote, sensitive trade secret information from the Federal Reserve to co-conspirators in China. Rogers was said specifically to solicit briefing books for governors, proprietary data sets, and sensitive information about FOMC deliberations. Apparently, he printed this info out or sent it to his personal email in violation of Federal Reserve rules in preparation for trips to China. Rogers allegedly made false statements to the Federal Reserve's Inspector General about accessing and passage of this information, as well as his association with co-conspirators. He worked as a Fed senior advisor in the Division of International Finance from 2010 to 2021. These alleged actions ran from 2013 to 2025. In the indictment, it says that's even after he left the Fed. The Justice Department says the info was passed, that Rogers passed was, quote, economically valuable. They went on to say that the data provided could allow China to manipulate U.S. markets. He provided info, quote, under the guise of teaching classes. The indictment cites two unnamed co-conspirators who the indictment says worked for the Chinese intelligence apparatus and presented themselves as graduate students. He was paid $450,000 in 2023 as a part-time professor at a Chinese university. The Fed declined to make any public comments about this, and the Federal Reserve.
So let me get this straight. You had a Federal Reserve official that sold his country down the river for $450,000. I mean, you know what? I am just so sick and tired of people backstabbing the American taxpayer, you know, and trying to make a buck. This is the same damn problem with Lieber, you know, from you know, the fiasco of 2020 with Harvard and, you know, the chemistry professor. I mean, just, you know what? But he, you know, Lieber, you know, made a million and a half. 1.5 million. But you know, it's crazy. I mean, how does someone have something in their soul that is willing to sell their country down the river? I mean, I don't understand how someone could do that. I just do. I mean, it's amazing to me, especially to the Chinese.
It's quoted as this could not immediately be reached for comment, Melissa.
It's amazing. It's amazing that there are people out there that are like that. Let me see if I can find some more information about this guy. Fed Reserve DOJ. Let's see if I can find some more on that. It's amazing. All right, as we're playing here, as I'm looking for something, as I'm looking for this, let me jump into Al Jazeera. Hopefully, I can find a little bit more about this guy from the Federal Reserve.
Things have not been met, and that is not going down well with certain segments of Israeli society. Right-wing media outlets there are calling it a disaster, a humiliation. Far-right voices and politicians are demanding a renewed offensive. Hamas, meanwhile, is seizing the moment, making the most of it through its messaging. The question that remains is the one on the mind of every Palestinian in Gaza. How long will this ceasefire last, and what will happen if it doesn't?
Israel wanted a live stream genocide and a live stream Nakba. But what it got was a live streamed mass return of displaced Palestinians. The historic images of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians going back to their communities have a great significance, not just for Palestinians, but for all of humanity.
It is the opposite of an exodus, an influx of Palestinians back to northern Gaza, a place the Israelis said these people would never see again, a land Israeli forces have pulverized and left in ruins. It makes for an odd backdrop for scenes of jubilation, family reunions taking place amidst the rubble that everyone knows conceals even more dead bodies. But for Palestinians, displacement is nothing new. It runs in the family and goes back generations, 3/4 of a century, all the way to 1948.
That notion of return is really at the core of the Palestinian struggle. And so when we see these people, despite all odds, display this kind of resilience and resolve to stay on the land, it's really inspirational. But it's also bittersweet because 92% of homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. And they're also going back to recover the bodies of loved ones that have been trapped under rubble. So this moment really holds a variety of emotions, but I think it's a moment that will be remembered for a very long time.
The images that we've been seeing coming out of Gaza in recent days really speak to the resilience of Palestinians who have risked everything, put their lives on the lines to be able to remain on their own land. And this, of course, coming at a time when we continue to hear efforts regarding the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza.
Including from none other than U.S. President Donald Trump.
We're talking about roughly 1 billion people, and we just need out that whole place.
That would be illegal under international law, which forbids ethnic cleansing. And Trump's musings have even been mocked within Israel. The liberal newspaper, Haaretz, which has produced some questionable reporting.
Unfortunately, there's not small videos about this guy from the Federal Reserve. All right. He, this Rogers guy, but there is a larger video that someone created that's 20 minutes long that I don't have time to play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. So let me wrap up here. Please support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. All right. This is a protein. You can take it separately, but it works really well when you mix it with the Boomer Boost. You just take a few small scoops. Take it once a day. It's a great way to lose weight. If you mix it with, if you take the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, but especially the gladiator barley, and you mix it with the Boomer Boost and you take it every day, you're really going to control your A1C levels. So you're controlling diabetes, all right? That's really important. You'll lose weight. And not only that, gladiator barley really helps with building up strength, especially when you do resistance training. It also will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and you're going to slow down the aging process. So take gladiator barley, control the A1C levels, build up strength. You can also detoxify your body with barley. It's high density barley. Heirloom barley will do the detoxification, the reduction of inflammation, and soak up free radicals. All right. But if you really are focused on also adding strength, take the gladiator barley. You can get this separately on my store. Better yet, it works really well when you mix it with Boomer Boost. Okay, it's a superfood. So you can replace your breakfast or lunch with taking this. Mix it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus or a smoothie, or mix it with milk or filtered water or a mixture of that. It's a great way to get healthy. Now, I have created a longevity boost box where you get Boomer Boost and your choice of gladiator barley or heirloom barley at a discount. So please get healthy, go to my store, get the individual products or get the combo at a discount. Also use discount 5 so you can get an additional $5 off. I want you to get healthy. All right. If you get healthy, then we have a better society. You know, the biggest way to cut medical costs in a society is to change the disease pattern, especially in the two biggest diseases that the United States has, cardiovascular disease and diabetes. And if you listen to what I've been saying, you can mitigate that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Just a reminder, at 10 o'clock New York time, we're going to be doing a show with John Hogue. All right, we're going to do a simulcast on X Spaces, so you can do a call in. Starts at 10 p.m. New York time tonight, and it'll go for about 2 hours, maybe a little bit more, and it will be live streamed on YouTube. Okay, and then after the show, then there will be a republication through the different channels, the 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble, and X. So please write it down on your calendar. Tonight, 10 p.m., John Hogue will be with me. We're going to be talking about current events, and it's supposed to be interactive, so don't be shy. Type in your questions in the chat, listen on X Spaces, call in, ask questions. It's fun, all right? So please join us at 10 p.m. John Hogue will be on the show live. So with that said, thank you for listening, and see you at 10 p.m. tonight.